Welcome back, everyone, to California for today's coverage of Champions of the Future America Series. The series is all set to see racing action. Now, we'll find out how round 7 goes as we begin our qualifying heats for this round. Remember, the distance for your mini U10s and minis will be 7 laps today, and they'll be the first on the racetrack to begin the racing this afternoon and morning. Remember, in qualifying, the under 10s set the pole pace and had 3 of the top 5 top spots. Monroy, Carlucci, McPhail, and Bizanski up at the top 4. Trey Sanders alongside Tabby inside your top 6. You have a variety of different teams represented in that front part of the field here, Dean.
Love to see that variety here. All these little, no, I shouldn't say little teams. Here's some of the biggest teams in all of North American karting. Want to give a huge shout out to the under 10s for bringing the heat. Specifically Trey Saunders, Lion McPhail, and your pole sitter in Benjamin Monroy. Really doing a great job of demonstrating the level of talent that we hear of all ages for this Champions of the Future. Once again, don't think tires are going to matter all too much here for these mini drivers. It's going to be how can the teammates play well with one another. I believe we've got 2 precision karts inside the top 10. We've got 2 Nash Motorsports karts. We've got a bunch of other different team and friend allegiances. Should be a hell of a race here to get this weekend started off.
Good already making its way through the tram lines to get us rolling, and it looks like yellow's wave go on, the field zipping its way, the opening sector still, and it looks like we'll try this again as they'll slow on down. Field will actually crash!
Oh no!
Right as the caution still waved, so we are resetting things, and 3 different karts having issues at the back. That's a bit unexpected when you have a reset.
I believe that was Riley Juarez and Asher Cloyes, rather, getting together on the front straightaway. I think just unfortunately a miscommunication from some of the drivers behind as to whether they were going to get reformed up or if we were going or not. But unfortunately, it looks like for at least 2 drivers, the race is going to end prematurely as we have a shopakr.com replay coming up here very shortly. Just looks like a bit of a stack up, some miscommunication, maybe some drivers jumping on the brakes, but there's the big contact. It was the 267 of Asher Cloyes and Riley Juarez, unfortunately getting together. And one driver spinning to avoid as well. That is unsure of who that is, but as mentioned, I believe 2 drivers, their race is already over before the green flag even comes out.
Definitely unexpected to say the least. Some of these drivers still trying to catch up to the field. We will get the green this time. We're underway for racing from K1 circuit. 2 by 2 they work for second as many drivers go wide of the opening corner. Oh wow, Monroy sets the tone and works his way up the hillside. Everyone looking to battle in the middle of the field.
I think Maddox Carlucci chose some discretion over valor, as I believe that is the Bizanski, or one of the Bizanskis rather, of Asher Bizanski, throwing a little hip check there to Maddox Carlucci going into double orange chicken. Although for the most part we have made it clean and green, maybe one kart still catching up in the back. But for the most part, all the kiddos have made it through clean and green. So as mentioned, it is the teammate battles. I believe it is going to be Benjamin Monroy as well as the likes of Kendall West, one of your championship contenders, fighting it out for position works. We've got 2 Team Kartniks of Lion McPhail as well as Trey Saunders, and then the 2 Nash Motorsports teammates, rather, of Benjamin Tavi and your championship leader, Maddox Carlucci. Also want to make note of the championship as well before we get too deep into this. Maddox Carlucci holds, I believe, about a 70-point advantage over Asher Bizanski. Got to keep the big picture of the championship in the back of your head as we make our way to lap number 2 of this heat race.
Yep, 561 to a 497 is the difference between the 2 of them, with Kendall West being in the 3rd spot. Another about 18 points back. Bizanski coming in. We have a spinner. It is the leader. Monroy's gone around for the race lead. The 171 around and is no longer in front. Yellow flags wave in sector 2 start. And just like that, McPhail is now up in front.
Not entirely sure if we will be able to have a replay of that. We'll see what our guys up in the booth can do, but I think unfortunately might have just been a mistake for one of your rookies out in front for the first time, as we see everybody starting to coagulate. It is all the gold standard of Team Kartnik, with Lion McPhail and Trey Saunders, 2 under 10s, leading this field at the moment, but I'd imagine things are about to kick off very, very shortly.
Especially since already a couple laps logged in already. These laps going to go by quickly. Let's see this. It's from the far end. Drop the tire.
No.
Left side.
Oh, my goodness.
And Dean, you just cannot do that this early in the race. That is a big loss there, as a result of going just a touch bit too wide on the entry.
Yeah, that's a learning moment for sure. Luckily, they will be able to regain that starting position for the next heat race. But you gotta feel, it's very rare that you get an opportunity to lead these races as an under 10. Although I guess today we're gonna be changing the rules all over the place. But nonetheless, we have a 6-car breakaway at the front of this field. It is McPhail from Saunders, Bizanski, Carlucci, West, and Benjamin Tavi that have all seemingly pulled away. It looks like this is, at least at the moment, going to be a 6-horse race for the win of this heat race.
Bale doing good and holding on. Has had some experience in the national level this year. Has raced a couple times in the winter nats, or back in March in Scooter competition, for example. Finished around mid-pack there. Trey Sanders working behind, meanwhile, though, is still setting fastest laps. Monroy, funnily enough, it's at 1.
Wow, I believe that was Kendall West trying to split the two Nash Motorsports carts, almost getting, I believe she actually did catch some air riding up over the right rear. I believe that was Maddox Carlucci. Remember, these are the drivers fighting for your championship, and I will say every point is going to matter here. This is a phenomenal stroke of luck here for Asher Bizanski, although it seems like Maddox Carlucci has at least been able to recover and currently finds himself in P4, but with ground to catch up to the two Team Kartnik carts, as maybe we're going to have a battle for the lead here.
It will. Sanders up in front. There goes Bizanski, able to get through as well. So Bizanski is the highest up of those in the 200s. The highest, the 100s, is now Saunders for the time being. They work their way down up to the opening sector, close into sector 2. Just like that, 2 different class leaders are 1-2 on the racetrack, but Carlucci and company are already latching back into the draft. They're already closing up a fair bit. Here's the look at what happened with that, what you mentioned here with West.
Oh, yeah, just a little bit of tire hopping there. Nothing, all is fair in love and more. Just a little bit of contact between some of the drivers. I'd say nothing more than just incidental. Shouldn't be any inquiries from the stewards, as we have the twin sticks being displayed for our drivers. I mean, as far back as the eye can see, we've got a train here for the race lead. The second that Asher Bizanski is going to try to make this move on Trey Saunders, it's going to bring everybody back into it. But you got to think, if Bizanski does make this move, I would imagine the 2 Team Kartnik drivers will work together. And also to keep in mind, Trey Saunders seems to be hanging out of that go-kart a little bit, maybe some physical fatigue already from one of your youngest drivers. I tell you what, being in heat race number 1, it might be a long day for the 117. As here we go, McPhail looking up the inside of Bizanski.
Taking the poke and getting the way around, so McPhail able to jump back to second. Remember, with Trey Saunders this year, been a successful year back in USPKS competition, in particular with the top 3 contender in that final. Let's go into the competition, ran up in the front several times, one team to the castle back in May. Also, been a good year in the case of Trey in that camp. Now with the white flag waving, looking to try and get the first heat win in this series in an ever-expanding national campaign. No one making moves behind, but Carlucci is there in the top 4.
This race screams Asher Bizanski. You got to think against 2 of the under 10s. Asher Bizanski is going to know when to make this move down the inside here from P number 2. Not quite going to get there. I tell you what, these 2 Team Kartniks, if they play nice, they might just be able to control this. But it is 2 Team Kartniks. Then you've got the competition speed of Asher Bizanski, followed by the 2 Nash Motorsports carts, followed by 2 of the Precision 1 Motorsports carts. It's going to be a very, very good fight here towards the end of this heat race. But I just don't know how many more opportunities there's going to be as we come to the last 3 corners of this racetrack.
Will anyone get an opportunity? We haven't seen too many passes yet in the final sector today. They work their way through, coming to the checker flag. Trey Sanders holding on in front. It's Trey who gets it done over McPhail. Bidunski in the top 3. Carlucci and Tubby in your top 5. Kendall West, she finishes down in 6th with Bishop, Gunzik, as well as Bradis Mello and Hernandez, your top 10. Good first race to start off the day, but it is the under 10s that get the top step of the podium in just under 6 miles.
Everybody on my grid, we are doing a cool down.
Getting set for our second race of the morning as we continue on to the KA100 junior class. Juniors had an interesting qualifying session earlier on this morning with Sebastian Hauser getting towards the top of the order in that one. But for many of the drivers, it becomes the question, how does the race go after what we've seen earlier on with the minis? It's going to be a different flavor of race style, obviously, with the KAs. However, if you're many of these teams, what is the plan to try and get this win here, Dean, if you want to take this away from Hauser?
Well, your friends are where you find them, and honestly, there's not many teammate alliances here in this K100 Junior category. I'd imagine it's pretty much going to be every man for himself. The real thing that we got to focus on is Sebastian Hauser. We know he can win these races, your current championship leader. The question is, can he keep it? In post-race inspection, has gotten himself in trouble with the stewards, and we have an update rather down in the pit lane from Jackson. Jackson, hit us.
Dino, I'll throw in a Deanism, if you will, because out in front for Sebastian Hauser, Ricky Bobby has found his cow at the sharp end. That's with the return of Alejandro Gonzalez, as he's been gone for the past couple months. Haven't seen him since round number 3, where he did put a podium on the column, but been gone trying to get ready for a full-time 2027 at the national level. He said, I'm really, really confident coming into this weekend. Kyle Heiner, this entire HRT program has given Hauser a winning program. I think I can be a huge player in bringing this championship back to the Valley. HRT, he rolls off on the outside of row number 1.
Take a look at that grid right here. Thank you. As Hauser, Gonzalez on the front row of the HRTs, alongside Spears and Wagner are in row 2. Ramirez and Mixon are in row number 3 in the exact Woodford Racing Machine. Dizabazowski down at 7th, alongside Sebastian Johnson. Then it's Whipple, Murphy. Then alongside is Simone Fay. And you also have Luis Martinez down in the 12th position. You have one more grouping of carts in terms of your pages to look at. That will end up featuring Nathan Ramirez, Henry Skellett. You also have some of the others like Vinsky, David, Sanchez, and Kart, who will look in the back. You also have Max Husser, who will look to go from the tail here today. 19 total are on your entry list this morning. The field taking the slow roll down towards the start box. The green flag is out. We're underway once more. It's KA100 Junior. And a great start for Hauser. Already cleared by 3 kart lengths. One driver goes wide for a moment in the mid-pack, but everyone worked their way quickly to the opening corners.
Merry Christmas, happy birthday, and happy New Year for Sebastian Hauser. That was a phenomenal restart there from your start for your championship leader. Very smart for Braden Wagner. Remember, only 21 points separate your championship leader in Sebastian Hauser from Braden Wagner in P2. Unfortunately, looks like we are missing 3rd place in the points this weekend of Troy Ferguson, essentially making this a 2-horse race. Critically, though, Hauser will slowly start to lose that gap, I believe. And he's also lost his teammate of Alejandro Gonzalez, who was already down to P5 at the hands of no less than Braden Wagner. So we know there might be some tension between these two. Obviously, some pretty strong words from Braden Wagner at the end of last round in the post-race interview. So wonder how these two are going to play with one another. But it seems like, for the most part, everybody is clean and green through lap number 1.
Remember, this race going to be 8 laps for your K100 Juniors for each of the qualifying heats today. The rest of the races after this are 10 laps in terms of the classes. Hauser not giving an inch in terms of anyone going for sends as they work their way down the hillside. Once again, up through 5, 6, 7. Spears a little bit off the line. Ramirez trying to set something up. Doesn't get the move down to the bottom of the racetrack as they work their way through 8, 9, and 10.
Tell you what, these are the most critical moments in these K100 Junior races. You're either going forward or you are going backward. If you sit on your hands, there is a very good chance that somebody's going to go for it. As Aaron Spears looking to the inside of Sebastian Hauser. Hauser wisely choosing to just get straight back in line behind his National Motorsports companion. Man, I mean, this is a almost 9, if not 10 car train for the race lead. One mistake, and you are going to the bottom of the scoring pylon.
Yeah, you see Murphy did set the fast lap. Look at that Stendo with Spears up at the front. You also had Ramirez on the move, and just like that, they'll all try and find their way down the hillside again. You have to find a way to go if you're some of those that already get shuffled back here. So on that note, we'll see how quickly Hauser's able to regain that momentum here. Does have that teammate to work with, and Alejandro Gonzalez that also got pushed back here.
Yeah, critical to see what's going to happen in this race as Daniel Ramirez looking up the inside, and who's going with him? None other than P2 in the championship of Braden Wagner. As unfortunately, Aaron Spears going to go wide. Sebastian Hauser not the kind to back out. Man, some really close racing going up the hill into Rocky Moran. It seems as though we've all made it. Aaron Spears really not going in the right direction here as he's going to try to fight back to move himself up into P5. But as Jackson has mentioned, now we have the two HRT karts of Hauser and Alejandro Gonzalez. Now nose to tail. We've got a duo up at the front as the white and black of Braden Wagner and the black and red of Daniel Ramirez continue the KA100 senior fight into KA100 junior of Axis Kart Sport, of Axis Kart Sport versus Formula Works Racing.
As they worked their way past the halfway point, completed laps here. Now, the interesting part with Braden Wagner set up here is, when does he take the chance to pull the pin? A little bit of a wide moment in the backdrop for a couple of different drivers. Spears again amongst those in these past few sectors shuffled. It's been one of those races so far where not everyone's been able to stay normally where you would expect. It seems as though you lose the bottom of the track, especially with they're grouped together, you're going to get freight train. Not as much of a chance for that, it seems, though, Dean, now that they're spread up and apart here.
And I want to mention that one thing that we've really learned about Sebastian Hauser is the long run speed of this HRT machine. You know, sometimes we see Sebastian moving back a little bit in the early parts of these races, but towards about halfway, there's just something about whether it's a setup thing or a driver thing or both from this HRT number 307 of Sebastian Hauser. Always seems to come to life in the second half of these heat races. Going to need a little bit of help, I think, from Tristan Murphy to catch the top two of Braden Wagner and Daniel Ramirez as we continue to have fighting throughout the field coming up into Rocky Moran. Looks like everybody's going to get single filed out, but for the moment, it's going to be four different teams fighting for the race win here in this heat race.
I have to say, though, when it comes to this, don't forget about Murphy, too. I think it's one of the names here because within a second, last scoring loop, coming up the win of the Clash of Club, which we touched upon during the qualifying coverage. That kart's flying. You also have the next group that's seen some of those together, such as those of, say, Ramirez and Bizanski that are trying to find a way. Louise and Nathan. That being said here, it's going to take a lot more work with a couple laps to go to get there. Double sticks in the air. Hauser and Murphy side by side. Murphy makes the pass for third. Tristan Murphy continuing to fly. Spears sent the fastest lap on anybody last time, but Murphy was a close second.
And remember from last round, Aaron Spears, one of the fastest drivers on the track. Unfortunately, some early contact really set him back, looking to get his championship back on the right track. Unfortunately, we're coming around to the white flag this time by. I don't know if there's enough time to close up a 1 second gap between the likes of Daniel Ramirez and Braden Wagner. And you got to think, if you're Aaron Spears, really want to put Sebastian Hauser behind the 8 ball. And for Braden Wagner, if he's able to win this heat race with a Sebastian Hauser, either a 4th or a 5th place finish, as it seems as that HRT kart is actually fading as we receive the white flag, it's going to be a big championship moment that could decide the fate of this weekend.
Could cause big point swing, absolutely, here. As on the final time around, comes the question, how much does Wagner want some more points here? Will he go for a bold move here for the race lead yet? Not quite. Towards sector 2 in line, a little bit of a slide though. There goes the change, and it's Ramirez with an issue. He's getting swarmed by everybody. Hauser amongst those down the hill. Now behind as they all settle in the battle for second.
And somehow the biggest loser of that was Tristan Murphy and his competition speed kart, unfortunately dropping way down the running order from P2, or I should say from P3 rather, down to P5. And Sebastian Hauser, congratulations, another one just fell in your lap. It's going to be a heat race win for Braden Wagner. It's critically in a 21-point battle, a couple of extra points going the way of Sebastian Hauser.
So a change for the race lead on the final lap. Again, it's turn 4. That part of the racetrack has absolutely challenged whoever's up in the lead. We've seen in both races, the leader some point costing themselves the win, or at least the top spot because of a mistake there. That seems to be the big attrition area. Here's the replay. Sliding the tires, it did not stick at all.
This is what we're talking about. High track temps, this pressure rubber at the end of 8 laps, just not looking like the residual grip is there. Unfortunately, like I said, the biggest loser from that really was the likes of Tristan Murphy. One of the biggest movers, actually, essentially the biggest mover in that race, would have been the easiest inheritance of P2. Unfortunately, that mistake is going to cost him 3 additional positions. Still not the end of the world there for, I believe, the Precision 1 Motorsports driver. Correct me if I'm wrong. Definitely a learning moment heading into heat number 2 for these drivers, but we got KA100 Senior on deck. That's going to be a phenomenal show for you guys.
Let's get Braden Wagner, Ramirez, Hauser, Spears, Murphy, Gonzalez amongst the top spots in your order. Some of the notables down the order in the second half of the page. They drop down to the tail end of the field, a -8 in the race. Look to try and bounce back in qualifying heat number 2 in just a little bit. Speaking of a little bit of time, in a couple moments' time, we'll continue on with the rotation. We'll take the moment to watch along as these drivers reset. In 5 minutes' time, it's KA100 Senior that'll get their turn. They're getting the chance to gear up and get ready to zoom.
Let's hear from your winner for KA100 Junior Heat 1 for Braden Wagner. You've had the cart for it all weekend long already, it looks like, but Ramirez at the top of the hill made it a little bit easier.
Yeah, definitely. Tires have been amazing, just they've been a little down a little. The whole race came out perfectly. Just I feel bad for Daniel. I'm glad he made it back up to second. Otherwise, it was an amazing race by everyone.
So first win for you the weekend. That's a big deal because, again, only 20 points separating you and Sebastian. Is the championship something that's been on your mind at all this weekend?
Yeah, it's been on my mind. Hopefully after the drop that we'll gain some points on him. But, yeah, that's definitely been the main goal here. Finish as high as I can and definitely finish in front of Hauser.
Thanks, Braden.
Thank you, Rook.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Getting all set to go once again for racing as the K100 seniors will hit the racetrack next. They're already getting the chance to roll for qualifying heat #1 as they prepare to see where things stand. Remember, Johnny Stamps and Archer Alversman having two of the top team in drivers and representation. Formula Works and Axis again 1-2. Then you have Kegel down in the top 3, also joined alongside Nakagawa. You also throw in drivers like in Aquino, Jackson, Menchute, along with John. You have Hort, Kempton, McCoon, Dunnigan, Carpenter, Searock. All of that are going to be inside your top 12 today. Plenty of drivers here. We'll look to work from the back of the field here, Dean. We have a stacked field of competitors. This field is massive. You cannot afford a mistake.
No, not at all. And once again, it is the black and white versus the black and red. I just don't know. These tires do not seem to be hanging on. There is a penalty for pushing early in these races. Got to make sure you have those tires set for what is going to be a 10-lap heat race. Should be a great fight with the two championship rivals staring each other down as we head to turn #1. Wow!
And how about that for a good start? The field already getting racy, heading its way to the opening corners up to Rocky Moran corner. At least a few side-by-side battles. But it's going to get interesting how defensive some drivers get. Oh no! Spinner!
Gavin Nakagawa. Oh my goodness, drama already in this race. I believe that was Gavin Nakagawa just getting on the brakes. Tricky turn #5, a double orange chicken just being the bear of bad news for these drivers. We'll see if we can get a shop.akr.com replay, but it is all Archer Eversman out in front with Johnny Stamps in tow. A huge gap for these two drivers. And I tell you what, Stamps has a really interesting decision to make. Do you fight? Do you battle your championship rival and do not allow him to get away? If you can get there, as we've seen Archer Eversman be one of the fastest drivers. This is Jackson Menchue going up the inside of turn #1, trying to take over position #3. It's about a 5-car battle as we head up to Rocky Moran.
Tough break for Nakagawa as a result of that spin, but some of the drivers really battling hard. That's Dunnigan that took a lot of curbing, all while Kempton has charged up already, up about 4 or 5 spots here. More dust storms kick up just outside the top 10. Did I mention this was expected to be frantic? You can see how frantic it's getting. You're already talking about drivers up 4, 5, 6 positions amongst some of the drivers trying to charge from the back to the front.
And we'll say for the likes of John Michael Dunnigan was super quick for round #6. Unfortunately, was kind of on the receiving end of a bit of a hip check from Christian Brooks on the first lap of the main event. Got sent for a wild ride over the curbs. Those CRG Precision Motorsports carts are bad fast. Obviously, unfortunately, not going to work out in this first qualifying heat for Gavin Nakagawa as he finds himself tumbling down the running order. It is all going to be in the hands of these top two, though. Archer Eversman and Johnny Stamps. Who would have thought get the top two in the championship? Going to play nice for now.
Yeah, it's kind of to their advantage, though, because we've seen in a couple cases here today, you battle for too long, you can potentially allow packs all back into the fight. Here's the Shop AKR replay as Nakagawa tried to go right behind after the defensive maneuver, spun off the circuit.
Yeah, just maybe a little too aggressive, maybe misjudged where Johnny Stamps was going to get on the brakes. Unfortunately for Gavin Nakagawa, it is going to be essentially a scratch here for heat #1. Luckily for him, will be able to regain that wonderful starting position that he has for qualifying heat number 2 and 3. Just a minor setback as we got a big move up the inside of Rocky Moran. Not quite sure who that was. I believe that was maybe Jonathan Ports or Spencer Kempton up the inside of Matthew Cagle, one of your championship favorites, the driver that currently sits third in the points. Big ol' ascent from Matthew Cagle. Looks like we're all going to make it through A-OK as we are rapidly coming up on the halfway point in this race.
Already zooming our way through, coming up towards the start of lap 5 this upcoming time by. Just jumping along here for this action. Most of the field keeping themselves steady up through 9, 10, up to 11 once more. So at this point, we talked about not expecting too much of the teamwork in the junior side. We are seeing a lot of co-opetition or cooperation, if you will, it seems, here in this one for a lot of the drivers. I say that, and they are blocking down the inside for about 8th and on back here. But some of these drivers, the least, trying to figure out what they can do to gather speed, while others just saying, who needs speed? I like positions, please.
Yeah, I don't know. With how important, it seems like more so than ever, track position, as always, is important in K100 Senior. But today, with how little residual grip that we have with these go-karts, I don't know where you really want to be. I guess forward is always better, but as you can see, Matthew Cagle, I think, has gone defensive about the last 3 major braking zones, costing himself and everybody behind lots and lots of time. We've seen Cagle be one of those drivers that seems to be really good in the second half of these heat races. The long-run speed of that GFC Formula Works machine has been his strong suit, maybe going just a little too low on the tire pressures thus far in this heat race. As still out in front, it is all Archer Eversman and Johnny Stamps. Also want to give a huge shout out to Cameron Perry, your biggest mover thus far this race. Up 10 spots. This big move around the outside as Cagle's going to lose 1, 2, maybe even 3 spots as we head down to Orange Chicken.
I know there was some conversation the last time that was broadcast here as well on the corner name there, because it is a unique one when you get to call that, to say the very least. That being said here, you have to have some bravery in that part of the circuit we already talked about today. A lot of these drivers, meanwhile, just in the midst of shuffle, Schobert amongst those that fell down the order previously. But the GFCs you've seen on the battle, the top 2, still holding about a 1.2, 1.3 second year cushion. Eversman and Stamps stay 1-2. Kempton, though, has been able to close up a little bit, and Ports is even quicker and has a buddy closing in Aquino as well in the second group.
I was going to say at some point, you got to think Johnny Stamps is going to go me, and try to take over that lead from Archer Eversman. But you got to think maybe it is just better for this first heat race to kind of swallow the pride, bite the bullet, so to speak, and just take home the P2, the essentially guaranteed P2, as long as these drivers do not fight. As the battle for P3, I believe this is Spencer Kempton, or rather Jonathan Ports, moving himself up into position number 3 as Kempton falls 2 spots. Ports and Aquino seem to be, Ports and Aquino rather, do seem to be a little quicker than these top 2 of Eversman and Stamps. We'll see if the lap times reflect that. I do believe that they do that last time by, as even with the overtake, about the same speed. So the question's going to be in 3 laps, can this trio catch the duo out in front?
Ports has raced in some of the various series out here and kept an eye on here on the West Coast action here for a while. He's amongst those that are in the shuffle. Back the order again, though, because Aquino now leads this group as they went from working together for a moment to all squabbling, and may have cost themselves a chance to get up to the top 2 here after closing up for a couple laps straight. Now, though, up in front, as you can see, a change for Stamps.
I was going to say a little earlier than I expected as we've got the twin sticks this time by. This is going to open up an opportunity here for Aiden Aquino, who I believe is the fastest go-kart on track. And with defensive moves like that, Johnny Stamps is going to be hemorrhaging massive amounts of time. But you got to remember, every point is critical against your championship rival. And here we go at Rocky Moran. I think Archer Eversman thinking big picture. Why is he going to back out there? But every time that we see Johnny Stamps go defensive, it's just going to allow this trio behind of P3 through P5 to just get that little bit closer.
Right now, they got to think smart. Remember, it was an interesting round last time out, to say the very least, where you had drivers like Cagle show the speed. For reference, Matthew Cagle, -7 today. Meanwhile, a change again. Stamps and Eversman in that conversation point going back and forth. Here comes Aquino and company. Coming up already towards the white flag this time by, and the party is here. 5 karts with a chance to battle for the lead. It's side by side again. Eversman trying to cross up Stamps. Stamps going defensive up to the opening corners.
Not quite sure it's going to matter. Aiden Aquino is sharking down the top 2. As you mentioned, the party is here. The battle for the lead has gone from a 2-way fight to a 5-way fight, as Stamps is going to guard very heavily on the pod, and you got to think Archer Eversman is going to be thinking big picture here as he fights with his championship rival. There's a mixed agenda. Some of these drivers making their first start for this Champions of the Future series. I just don't know if there's going to be enough overtaking opportunities here at the end of this lap.
Will there be anything coming up? There's been a couple swaps here. There is one with Ports trying to hold back Kempton. Last corner opportunity. Aquino goes defensive this time on the red 490. But it's going to be coming to the line. Possible drag race. It is. Stamps by 55 1,000th of a second. Aquino, Ports, and Kempton all remain inside the top 5. So they all lined up that way into the final sectors. They stay that way over Dunnigan, McCoon, Minshew, Perry, and Cagle. Falls all the way to 10th as mentioned. 4 seconds back for the 416.
I think that's going to be a sign of things to come today. Those moves into Orange Chicken. If you can lead through the S's, you've essentially got the race won. Going to be very difficult to see what these drivers try to do. But we got K100 Senior and K100 Heritage coming up just after the break.
Indeed, and we'll see how they fare out in a bit. But remember, the results look like this. Stamps, Eversman, Aquino, Ports, Kempton, your top 5. Yeah, Dunnigan down 3 seconds back. McCoon, Minshew, Perry, Cagle. Vanna Richards is doing double duty. So you've seen Richards was in 11th here today. So that's going to be a name to keep an eye on. You mentioned normally ran this class, is in both today, it appears, in the HRI Mexico team. Jobert, Gordon, and amongst those in the top 14, 15 or so here today. That leaves us with just one race left to go. After this one, take a look at the rest of the grid and how they looked over the course of this one. Overall, lots to take in mind for after their racing goes back underway after the lunch break with this field of 28 strong.
Been the story of some runs from the back of the field in KA Senior. We've got another one here. Aiden Aquino, one of your best runs so far of the season getting started this weekend. What's felt different so far here?
I'm on a different Kart public chassis for this weekend, just handling a lot better. The old chassis I was on struggled a lot with understeer, and this one's just way more direct, so.
Really, really strong again. I feel like there's a little bit of collaboration out in front with our championship leaders. What's it going to take here to get in the conversation for a victory?
Just keep working hard, stay on top of the setup, and just just make sure not to fall behind.
You only had one other KR in this field, Gavin. You guys don't have a lot of support out here. How difficult is it when you don't have a factory team that's able to share parts, share data, things like that?
It's pretty difficult because I have to have all my spare parts like in my van, and then whenever I have a question about a setup, I just have to message the people in Italy and wait for them to respond, really. So
we appreciate the time. Thanks, Aiden.
Thank you.
The motors are revving up for our final race of the morning before the lunch break. KA Heritage and X30 are set to roll in the next few moments. Christine Helton, C. Jackson, Lambros just discussing things within Aquino just moments ago. But now we're getting ready for one final race on the morning slate in Bean. This field going to have two different classes, two different types of racing. We'll see how well they're able to battle here as they'll all roll their way onto the racetrack. Let's see how they will start for your 12 total drivers or so who enter today. Richards, Keys at the front of the field. Then it is Caroselli down in third today. Curtin down in fourth. Then you have your top drivers in the Heritage class, led by Bini. They also have Gomez. That is your points leader. Tony Gomez will look to zoom from the sixth position. That Lakeside karting machine expected to be fast once we get to race trim here, Dean.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less from Lakeside Karting. Very, very well equipped and one of the flagship teams out here for Champions of the Future. For this X30 Pro category, surprising to see Ivana Richards jump into this category so quickly. I don't know if it's more Ivana Richards really putting in a phenomenal lap in qualifying or the apparent lack of speed from Sergei Karamaselli. We've heard Sergei voice his concerns with this Kart Republic chassis. It's either the fastest go-kart on the racetrack or the slowest go-kart on the racetrack. I guess we'll have to find out here as we get formed up for heat race number 1.
Green's already waving for one group. Green's ready to wave for the other. That's how much separation they'll get, about half a racetrack distance between the X30 Pro and the KA Heritage. The X30s work their way up to Rocky Moran corner as Richards leads the pack. Will there be anyone going for an immediate dive? There was a look as already the 604, Caroselli already into the second position, looking for the lead. Will try and take it on the hillside. Doesn't get it to stick.
Ivana Richards will not back down from the threat of your championship leader in Sergei Karamaselli. And you got to remember, Ivana just jumped out of the K100 senior kart, jumping straight into her wonderfully stickered Valvoline machine. I would be surprised to see these drivers get too far spread out. I think Karamaselli is going to want to lead early. Ivana Richards is going to have her hands full as we complete lap number 1.
And remember, in the case of Richards, if you follow along with your timing and scoring for the previous race, going to have an interesting weekend because you're talking about double duty within a couple of seconds of each other in terms of when you finish one kart to jump on the next. By the way, your Heritage karts have all come across the line. The 556 holds on in front. Bays has jumped up to second. Gomez slipped down to fourth.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tony Gomez and your championship leader, not really going in the right direction at the moment, but as mentioned, likely a clean weekend from Tony Gomez should really put himself in the driver's seat, if not already outright clinch the championship for this K100 Heritage category. So early on, it is the likes of your pole sitter and Dylan Albiani over Jeffrey Bays, up one spot, moving himself into position number 2 in the category. Still out in front, it is Karamaselli draped over Ivana Richards for the time being.
Keeping the pressure up, mind you, here. Remember, had a bit of drama in the qualifying session. Remember, Caroselli dominated. Last time out, won all but one of the possible points top steps. With their qualifying heat race, Superheat had Kiki Kaminsky win one of those races in the Super specifically. That's 6:04. In a comfortable spot here, obviously. It was mentioned the drop potential factor of some of the conversation with some of the different air divisions. But even when you think about that, the 6:04 is in a great position to clinch things up here, either this week or the next week. Right now, the speed's been there every time he's been out. Just at the purple lap, 50.173. Still not willing to move for the race lead, willing to just let Richards drive them around the racetrack.
I was going to say, these two go-karts seem to be better in different places. I love looking at this 4-5 combo here at the top of the hill. Two very different lines, two very different approaches for these two drivers going into, I can't say that name anymore, but still two very different philosophies, seemingly of setup as well. And I wonder if you're Sergei Karamaselli. I don't believe these two have raced each other, at least anytime recently, for this Champions of the Future series. Maybe he's taken a couple extra laps trying to find the weaknesses, the holes in the armor, so to speak, for Ivana Richardson, but she is managing this pressure wonderfully. Although here comes Karamaselli looking for the race lead.
Karamaselli able to slip by to the point, about halfway this upcoming time by. And so your points leader when it comes to X30. Now looking to take off and run away. Last time was an air 10th quicker than Richards before the pass attempt. Keys matching the speed of second place last time by the stripe also. Things are looking steady for the Heritage League 2, you were going to say?
I was going to say a much closer field. We've seen this X30 category be a little bit more spread out this far this season. Usually it's the who can beat Sergei Karamaselli show, but I mean, really, even still, Ricky Keys, we'll see what the lap time is this time by now that Karamaselli is out in the win. But for Ivana Richards, now you got to go to school. You got to see where am I better, where am I worse, where can I improve, and in relation rather to Sergei Karamaselli. A very aggressive first corner for your two drivers out in front. Looks like it's a 50.5, a 50.7, but critically, Wrigley Keys 2/10 quicker that last time by than your race leader in Sergei Karamaselli, as we are quickly coming up on halfway.
Now, by the way, to answer your question, would they have competed against each other in our event or series or anything along those lines this year? They've been on the same property together. The difference is Richards ran in a shifter event. At the same time, it was an X30 appearance in some of the action in Arizona back in March. So really, there has been some difference there, to say the very least here. Karamaselli just trying to find a way to make sure there's no mistakes here at this point. Right now, maintaining is the big thing, just like everyone else on this field. Now, that being said here, anything you would try and tune or try and learn off of if you're Richards to find something you can do for your kart later, or if you're in the Heritage, you find something you can learn from here. For example, Bays has maintained within about half a second the whole race.
Yeah, just not quite close enough to punch into that bubble where really you would see Dylan Albiani having to look back over his shoulder, really start to do those defensive maneuvers. Still pretty close here inside the top three for your K100 Heritage category. Just not quite enough speed, at least at the moment, for the driver of Jeffrey Bays to close up that gap on the Precision Works CRG of Dylan Albiani, as I believe we will be receiving rather the twin sticks this time by.
Been that quick of a race so far with 7 complete, and we mentioned you better be willing to make some quick adjustments here in terms of your drive style. You only have about 10 minutes to get something done here. Not too much time for the tires per se, actually, for really today. For now, the Heritage drivers still seeing the gap increase for the Precision Works kart up at the front. For Dylan, mind you, haven't seen too much of them in the point sheet amongst the top 10 at least coming into this weekend, but the 556 has looked very strong. Big difference on the layout, I guess you could say. It's been phenomenal what we've seen from kart number 556. and how well the speed has maintained up here.
I would hate to take the attention away from K100 Heritage, but last time by 2/10 quicker for Ivana Richards as compared to Sergei Karamseli, rather, as we were going to receive the twin sticks this time by in the white flag. Next time by, she's close, but there is traffic ahead. I believe this is 5:23 of Mark Monahan. That could play a factor in who wins his first heat race. Oh, yep, there we go.
Here we go. There's some battling going on. They reached Monaghan. We mentioned the potential traffic. They got it with the white flag waving. Traffic will also allow Keys back into the mix a little bit, but needs a little bit more luck here. On the final time around, Karamseli hold back Richards. Richards looking to wind up the run again. That traffic made things equal the previous lap.
Wow, big dive from, oh my goodness, no! Ivana Richards up the inside, all three of them coming together. It looks like it's going to be, oh my goodness, your fourth place runner, unfortunately, of Tanner Corden getting a little bit caught up in that. It is going to be, I believe that is Wrigley Keys. We'll get a shopakr.com replay. My apologies for the jump scare. A huge move up the inside from Ivana Richards. Maybe a mistake there, but into the side of Sergei Karamseli. Keys able to weave his way through a little bit of contact there off the nose of Sergei Karamseli. A dramatic end to this X30/K100 Heritage first heat race. Man, Wrigley Keys, congratulations. He wins the first heat race. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Unofficial there, as that was wild. Keys over Richard. Gordon takes the top three. Karamseli falls down to fourth as a result of Calamity Central. Again, turn 5 has had 3 different incidents for the race leader in 4 races. Oh, wow. It's going to be all one who gets it done when it comes to your heritage class. Nicely done for the Fresno, California-based driver to take the top step right there. As we look at the race results here, I want your quick thoughts here, Dean, was going to mention before we go to the lunch break. How do you break down that? Because Keys is lucky he squeaked on by. Corden had to hit the brakes to avoid contact while trying to pass, and had yellows pop up.
Luckily for all drivers involved, I believe there was no major contact. Maybe going to need to check the alignment there on the 650 of Ivana Richards. Unfortunately, I would imagine there's going to be a penalty handed out there for the lone woman in this field. Just turn 5. Turn 5 is tricky today. I'm not quite sure. Maybe there's a wind difference, or if it's just the really, really hot track temperatures. We heard it was 116 early in the morning. I can only imagine we're probably pushing 120, maybe even 130. So just really, really low residual grip offline. For sure, a learning moment there. Man, I cannot believe what I just witnessed.
Let's send it down to Jackson. There's a lot to decompress from that one.
I'm going to try and focus away from that because we've got 2 beauties here. If you've been looking on the exit of pit lane, these are Tillotson T4, not just motors, but karts. These are part of T4 Series America, and try and answer the question of how can you make karting in America not just low barrier to entry, but as cheap as humanly possible. These T4s not only a spec chassis, spec motor, but pretty much everything is off of a strict list of rules that you can purchase and put on the cart from T4 USA. We've seen it a little bit in TSRS, Florida Karting Challenge, but here on the West Coast with Tri-C and with club racing at Adams Motorsports Parks, weekends where you have less than 20 entries in senior is considered a slow weekend. And that's why, with help from Precision Driving Concepts and Casey Cook, for the first time, Champions of the Future is going to have a 4-cycle class. And this will be at the grand finale, round number 9 here in September. T4 USA will have both T4 Junior and T4 Senior. And I'm expecting a really big turnout, guys. I mentioned it already. This region is so strong, not just in 4-cycle, but specifically with this engine package. I'd imagine we might be able to see some guys coming out from the Lone Star State. But some really, really big news. And if you're watching this, all my guys from AMP, from Tri-C, this is your message. Get out here, get racing in September. It should be an absolute show.
There, Jackson. That's going to be interesting to see when we get to the end of the season, absolutely, Dean, because for those who have watched that racing action, they have a good quarter roll when it comes to speed. It takes a lot of driver skill to still come away with the top step in those races, though.
Yeah, I think the idea is very, very sound. You don't want to make karting accessible, but still competitive for everybody. The Tillotson program is second to none. Really, really look forward to seeing what those things look like at a place, especially like K1 Circuit.
That being said, you see that counter in the right-hand corner of your screen. That means we are at lunch break. It's time for the drivers to get something to eat because we have about an hour or so before drivers will return back towards the grid and get ready to go racing for qualifying Heat 2. You're watching today's coverage here on Kart Chaser as champions of the Future America Series. It's been wild so far. Let's see if that continues after we eat. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch break as we get all set to go for Champions of the Future America Series competition here in Winchester, California. It's time for the second qualifying heats of the weekend. That means 4 more races to go on the docket as we go to the top of the rotation. It's the Mini U10s and the Minis. All set to go here, Dean, as we get ready to go back racing.
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting first qualifying heat racing for the minis, or maybe we should start putting the under 10s first, as it was 2 under 10 drivers of Lion McPhail as well as Trey Saunders, who took the 1-2 for Team Kartnick. I'm sure they'll be looking to do the same for your pole sitter and Benjamin Ronroy. Got to put the demons from the first heat race in the back of your mind. You got a job to do. Got to salvage what's left of the weekend. Could be a really good race here for the kiddos.
To refresh how things will look today, it's Monroy and Carlucci again in the front row. McPhail and Bizanti. You have Trey Saunders along with Tommy amongst those in your top 6 today. Then row number 2, page number 2, we'll see West and Bishop. Then Jessica along with Adriano. Then Ochi along with Freitas Mello will both be amongst those inside your top 12 starters here today. Hernandez and Medina. Then Floyd and Gomez, Clemmer, and on in the back, one of the position 1 motorsports machines, Senna Duratin. You also throw in the mix here in this field. Juarez working, trying to avoid trouble. Freckleton, one of the air clothes attack with for racing. Yeah, Laurent as well as Britain. A few others in the order, but everyone's already taking the green flag of note. No play came out there, and it looks like we'll have a restart, Dean.
Tell you what, there was some very aggressive head bobs there from Benjamin Monroy. Really, really aggressive pushing on the inside. Unfortunately, Team Kartnick carts on the inside of row 2 and row 3. Already the nose is pushed in. I believe this category is using the pushback bumper penalties. Have to be careful of that. Hopefully nothing too crazy thus far for our drivers, and we'll try to get them ready to go this time by.
All make their way up through turn 5 and reset as a result. As they all try and get told, you have to make sure to keep the pace speed here. Now, the big thing here for your control card here in Monroy is preventing any mistakes. Remember last time, spun from the race lead early, set a fastest lap, but couldn't recover the positions, obviously. Looking to prevent that this time as they're still being told to slow down.
Oh,
and they're back in the back.
It's one of the HRT carts in the back as well, as I believe that's one of the factory carts. Some of the drivers, I believe the last 2 on the outside of the back 2 rows. I'm not quite sure who that's going to be. We'll get an update for you guys here in just a second. But at the front, hopefully a much cleaner restart. But yeah, for Benjamin Monroy, you got to think, I mean, it's been tricky turn 5. We'll see if it strikes again. It looks like we're going to wave them around again. Try to give the 2 drivers who made that mistake another opportunity. A chaotic start to this second heat race.
Yeah, to say the very least. BB Wild would be one of the 2 drivers, by the way. One of those getting the opportunity to make first appearances here and just work on training, actually, with some of the drivers over the course of the weekend. Here's the back of the field, and all big checkup they see slow down, and they all stack up 3rd row from the back on behind, and it causes the back 2 on the outside, as said, to slam back on in on the number plate. So that causes 2 of the drivers to spin.
My apologies there, but I believe that was the 177 maybe of Jackson Von Freckleton. Not really sure who the other 2 drivers were. Once again, we'll get an update. Hopefully everybody should be able to continue. Just a little bit of front to rear contact. I'd imagine maybe some pushbacks have already been activated for these drivers. So a bit of a setback, but still got a long race to go here. 7 laps for the second heat race. And you also got to remember, Benjamin Monroy, maybe this is the first time, as unfortunately we do still have 1 go-kart on the outside of the racetrack. We'll see if they can get it back going now. But needless to say, a little bit more action than I think we would have wanted before the green flag has even made an appearance yet.
A couple different drivers having some stack ups here. That was one of those, believe actually was one of the others that was pulled on the side and trying to get back going. Regardless, though, let's see, do we get the green? Yes, we do. We're underway this time. Monroy leads them off into the opening corner. It's side by side for most of the race lead. but it's Monroy who clears. It's back and forth for the second. Oh, wow. They all shuffle their way up the hillside. Carlucci trying to battle it out in second overall.
Really, really clean start here. Now for the likes of Max Carlucci, what do? You got to remember, you are the championship leader. I believe Asher Bazanski sits P3 in the points. Do you try to work with Benjamin Monroy, who has really come to life thus far in this Position 1 Motorsports Kart? Got to make sure that you keep all of your T's crossed and your I's dotted as the temperatures continue to rise here in Winchester, California.
7 laps going to be on the docket once again. Lap 1 coming to a conclusion already. A lot of these drivers not afraid to use the curbing here today. It's side by side for the race lead. Carlucci makes the run up the inside of the Nash machine. Works it away. Here comes Bizanski taking a little poke to the inside. Doesn't get a chance there, really, by the time they make it towards Rocky Moran corner. But we'll have an opportunity for turn 5. Now that some of those in the older drivers, the minis, try to work their way ahead. The minis and the mini under 10s continuing to duke it on out amongst the top spots.
I was going to say 3 of the top 5 are your under 10s. You got to think it's not only just a matter of age, but also physical fitness. You know, some of the younger drivers, maybe, especially towards the end of this race, maybe you start to see that head lean over a little bit. That changes that center of gravity of your kart. Fundamentally changes the way that the go-kart handles as well. You got to think the experience. You know, Asher Bazanski likely in his final year of cadet racing, likely going to be moving up at the end of this season. You got to think for the bigger kiddos, and here comes Asher Bazanski not wanting to wait around. He's got a mission, although for the moment, looking to be playing nice with some of the other drivers.
Absolutely, looks like these drivers keeping calm right now, but Monroy looking to prevent major mistakes. Ochi, the best lap in this pack, is running about the back end of it in 8, so has at least a 7 times draft. Battle is on for about 4th. That's Saunders trying to take the look. McPhail saying, why are we making passes? And now that's costing the 117 a few spots down the hillside. Already shuffled to the back of the main group.
Quite a few spots being given up here as we see potentially Benjamin Monroy looking up the inside of the final chicane. We have not seen a move there yet, at least not at the front of this field. Going to make that move stick, but the problem is you really cannot get away. Super, super close racing here at K1 Speed as we've got a yellow flag. I believe a driver may be off at the entry of the Poconos, but Max Carlucci as Benjamin Monroy going, hey, let's work together, let's try to get away, as Asher Bazanski's going to take advantage of the situation and move himself up into P2. If you're the likes of Benjamin Monroy, got to keep that head down, stay focused, but man, like I said, you're either going forward or you're going backwards, and at the moment, Monroy finds himself going in the wrong direction.
Your drivers trying to go in the positive direction, including Davi making some more moves for 4th meanwhile. And all of this is about decision making in a lot of this. You don't have a lot of time to make the moves. You only have less than half the race to go. So really, in the heat of the moment, what comes down to it? If you're some of these youngsters, as you build up racecraft, hold up that thought for a moment. Bizanski takes the race lead. What makes you stay if you're Bizanski? Let's make the move now.
I think you got to understand that it's easier to fight one person than it is to fight about 7 people if you get to fighting. So I think Carlucci and Bizanski have raced each other for the majority of the season. Currently, the drivers that are sitting 1-2 in the points, got to remember the championship battle as well as Kendall West, as she currently sits in P6, the main 3 protagonist of this championship. And as you can see, Asher Bazanski and Max Carlucci slowly starting to pull away from the likes of Benjamin Monroy. You got to think, you know, if you're going to fight one person, you'd rather it be your championship rival than allow every other driver to have a chance to steal this one away, as we should be seeing the twin sticks this time by.
We're going up towards 2 laps to go with 4 laps already completed, this being the 5th. Now, Carlucci looking for a setup on Bizanski. Not going to take it this time. We've seen a couple passes in 9 and 10 in this race, as now it's worth noting, getting more and more hotter outside. For a moment, it's at 92 Fahrenheit. Earlier, we're still in the 80s to start off the day. Now, all starts to search. Bizanski trying to stay stable. One of the major things to note is, look at the ride height difference. Bizanski about a half a head taller than Carlucci in the seat.
If you ask any of the taller drivers out here this weekend, you punch just that little bit of a bigger hole in the air. You got to think it's all about drag as we've got a challenge. Not quite yet as Ryan McPhail looks to go up the inside of Benjamin Monroe. I believe we've had one driver go wide in the back. We'll see once our timing and scoring updates. One of the drivers in the lead train, unfortunately losing quite a handful of spots, might have been the Nash Motorsports machine of Ben Tobby. We would get confirmation there, but I believe I am correct. So, like you said, Asher Bazonsky, one of the bigger drivers, one of the older drivers in this field, as it's another one of the Kartniks. The gold standard go-karts slowly starting to make their way back forward. That was the 117 rather of Trey Saunders making his way back ahead of Kendall West. We've got the white flag. If you're Maddox Carlucci, do you think big picture or do you go for the win?
Let's find out right now. Will it be the final time around? Yeah, Monroy thinking, I want the spot right now. Didn't get the run, though, for second. Rocky Moran made work. Back along, up towards turn 5. Carlucci not close enough for a dive. Looks pretty comfortable. Carlucci looking to try and find a way to build up a run, though, for the final sector. Bazonsky
just don't know
in command.
Just don't know if there's going to be enough of an overtaking opportunity. We've seen as long as you lead out of the the 5 and 6 complex, there's just not enough opportunity. I think for Asher Bazonsky in that competition speed motorsports kart, just a little too strong here in heat number 2. Carlucci will have to settle for P2. Still only giving up a handful of points to his championship rival as Kendall West looks on from back in position number 6. Asher Bazonsky wins heat race number 2.
Bazonsky leads the majority of the way over Carlucci. Monroy finishes top 3 overall, first in the under 10s. Saunders does finish third in that class behind McPhail. Go for the sub classification. Kendall West down in 6th. Carlucci, Tavi, Hernandez, and Freitas Mello down amongst those in the top 10. Separated about 3.5 seconds. So a good battle amongst these drivers at the front of the field. But really being said, Bazonsky seemed to be well in command once the lead went to the 2-13.
Yeah, this track's getting hot. These kids are getting tired. Maybe some different choices on race strategy. But once again, Asher Bazonsky showing the speed of that competition speed GFC, putting himself in a very good stead looking towards tomorrow. And I think we've got a great KA100 race coming up. A KA100 junior race, rather, coming up in just a few minutes' time.
Indeed. So that we'll see the rest of the field cross to confirm. That was Al Bilton, who was one of the other drivers that was also put in retirement for today. Wild was the one who didn't even get the start. Everybody else from that early incident did get going at the very least to fire off. That's why you see 24 rather than 25 drivers on this final page from the stack up that happened on one of the restart situations. That in mind, let's take a look at your Coastal Inc. recap as this started a little bit of wildness to begin this one, but from there on out, some great battles for your top competitors once more.
Really, really clean and respectful racing. You see there, I think, unfortunately, Benjamin Monroy might have to pull out the fangs for tomorrow's heat number 3 and the super heat. Maybe just a little too nice. And let's do a little bit less finger wagging and do a little bit more defending. There was Maddox Carlucci going up the inside for the race lead. And then I believe only a lap later, Asher Bazonsky went ahead and took it and ran away with it. Maddox Carlucci didn't even have a chance to get him there at the end of that race. A very, very well executed race from everybody involved. And I tell you what, there's a whole lot of gold there at the back of the top 5. If they can just get some track position, they'll look really, really good for the super heat coming up tomorrow.
Want these drivers in some position, but better yet, Jackson's in position right now.
A little bit, so that I knew I didn't have to defend. So I was looking back to see if he got close to me or if I needed to defend, and he didn't. So at the end of the laps, I got the gap, and I managed to pull through.
You've been really, really strong so far this season, on the podium a couple of times. What do you feel like has kept you so far this season from that top step of the podium?
I think getting podiums, it just makes me even more hungry to get the P1.
Good stuff. Thanks, Asher.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you very much, Jackson. And as you can see, Asher working his way to the rest of the team as we're just minutes away as a result for our second qualifying heat of this rotation. The KA juniors are set to hit the racetrack actually in the next minute or so on the schedule. We'll see where things get lined up for these drivers here, because the KA 100 juniors here, Dean, they didn't really stay stable for a lot of the race. It's expected to be a bit of a hot potato, if you will, for the race lead possibly again.
I would imagine so. Also want to mention that the wind has picked up and changed direction. What we had this morning was a headwind going down the 1,000-foot straightaway into turn number 1. Now it's a bit of a tailwind pushing up into Rocky Moran. I wonder if that's going to invite any more interesting and aggressive overtakes from these drivers. I think the real big thing for me is how well can Sebastian Hauser and Alejandro Gonzalez work together. We saw in the initial start of heat race number 1, Gonzalez kind of got caught sleeping a little bit by his HRT teammate, really got them separated, and they weren't really able to work together and control the race. Wonder if there's been some competitive speech, some talk between the two of them to see if they can work a little bit better. And then for everybody else, it's how can you dislodge championship leader Sebastian Hauser from the race lead as early as possible and try to put him behind the 8 ball.
It's going to get very interesting here at the very moment what they are able to do for this race lead. As you go to race, the engines are fired up on your starting grid for this one, as we are getting in position to go racing. It's the qualifying Heat 2 for the KA Juniors. K100 continue on into the racing. 8 laps on the board for the juniors here today. And as they all try and gather up together, it's Sebastian Hauser in front of Alejandro Gonzalez, Eric Beard in the top 3. Brandon Wagner winning for the last race in 4th. Then Ramirez and Declan Nixon in the top 6 here this afternoon. Now, Diesel Maxwell is on page number 2 with Sebastian Johnson next. Jet Whipple, Tristan Murphy again looking to go from the back to the front. Then you have Simone Fay looking to prevent going from front to back. Also up there, Luis Martinez in the 310 machine. Throw it back to row number 7. That's where you'll find Nathan Ramirez with Henry Scott. You also have Alec Lipsky, DJ Davis, Jose Luis Sanchez, Keel Scarf, and then you also have Max Dusser, who is amongst those in the field. The last of those names on the final tab. Look at the bottom of the running order here. We're all set to go racing. Qualifying heat number 2 for KA 100 Junior. We hope you're enjoying today's action so far here on Kart Chaser from Winchester, California. Listen in as the engines fire and the engines take the green.
Much better restart from the outside line. We saw with Archer Evans when you can make that line work, Sebastian Hauser not going to allow his teammate to get the upper hand. A very nice move there as the HRT carts get single filed out, and they will try to break away from the chaos behind. No other dramatics as far as we make our way up to Rocky Moran, rather. Really clean start. And now we head into tricky number turn 5 for the first time in this heat number 2.
Good start indeed for Hauser, who was one of those drivers shuffled in amongst the pack by the mid to final third of the race or so earlier. Keeping command amongst those up at the front of the field here at the very least. Gonzalez giving assistance to try and help break them away. Most of the field staying within range. The National Motorsports machine of Spears under attack for third. That was a poke from the Formula Works of Brandon Wagner. Wagner, as a result, he's under attack because he lost the momentum.
Careful, Mr. Wagner. You cannot be making moves like that when you're fighting the likes of Sebastian Hauser, who is in currently position number 1. A bit of an aggressive move, a bit of a needless move this early on, and it has cost him 2 spots and now has allowed the 2 HRT carts as well as the National Motorsports machine of Aaron Spears to break away. Surely there's got to be some kind of, informal gentleman's agreement between these 3. If you break away, you should be able to work together, but I'd imagine Daniel Ramirez and Diesel Blazonski will have something to say before that happens. So the ambient temperature is up into the mid to low 90s, and I can only imagine the track temp is into the 130s at this point. Got to really be careful how much of that press of rubber you want to use as Brayden Wagner tries to unbury himself, moving himself back up into position number 5.
Yeah, to say the very least for those here at the facility, by the way, make sure you stay hydrated. One of our camera operators said they can hear harmonicas from the heat right now. In other words, stay hydrated and cool, everybody. All while the drivers work their way through the opening sector again on lap number 3. Daniel Ramirez is currently the one with the purple lap up in the 4th position. Not been really forcing the issue as much here compared to heat number 1 earlier.
I tell you what, I don't think the only heat that we see is on the back of these two leading HRT go-karts. If you're Aaron Spears, how aggressive do you want to play this? Do you try to stick in line? Obviously, no allegiances between those two, although Daniel Ramirez going to make that decision for him. Looking up the inside of the last chicane, not quite going to get there in time. But as mentioned, in this style of racing, you are either more than 9 times out of 10, you are going forward or you are going backwards. I think, unfortunately, for the hand of Aaron Spears, his hand is going to get forced. And for Alejandro Gonzalez, at what point do you worry about your own race as well as one of the Position 1 motorsports carts go up the inside? That's Tristan Murphy, as it's one of the factory carts going around the outside. That is Diesel Bizanski going a bit wide. That'll drop Diesel down a couple spots as it's still all orderly at the front for now. Ah, there we go.
Yep, there it is for the teammates. Swapping around, wide only Gonzalez. Hauser now goes on behind him. He looks over the shoulder to say, okay, where is everybody else going? They've got a buffer despite the swap. Spears is now starting to see something of a long run. They're still equal in lap time, but the eye test did see separation close back up, though, here immediately. And that's how some of the draft effect can work in these KA100s here. You keep close enough, you can get a decent amount of pull to stay within this draft block, and that's why the leaders have not been able to really break away. Murphy, by the way, yet again making some moves back there.
I tell you what, you got to think big picture here if you're Sebastian Hauser. Aaron Spears had a chance to make a big move up the inside of turn 5, as although I think Spears is going to wind up on the outside as Hauser's going to look to go back into the race lead. Those moments of overlap, those big undercuts that you see happening with your race leaders, those are moments of contact that might result in some bigger contact if you're not careful. Hauser with a good move there as we're coming to the halfway point, but man, seems like these HRT carts look like the class of the field at the moment.
It's going to be curious where they went philosophy-wise for the weekend here to have this be for the long run. Whether it's the gear, whether in particular it's something with the setup, with the tire pressures. Right now, they seem to be maintaining up to the technical areas. However, Spears in that final sector keeps on chipping it away. Spears trying to find a way to get bumper to bumper. A little bit of time lost there. Might see Ramirez go for it. Instead, Daniel Ramirez stays in, and nobody is willing to step out. Coming to 2 to go this time. Contact. Murphy nearly got pushed out of the way. That was a hit from behind from, I believe, Sebastian Johnson or Diesel Bizanski.
I wonder if our drivers have taken note of how tricky turn 5 has been. I thought for sure, I mean, we had 7 go-karts essentially bumper to bumper. I thought at least one would have jumped out, but that just shows you the lack of grip out there on track in the first place, but also that another drop-off, rather, with the grip offline. Twin sticks are out. At some point, you got to think Aaron Spears is going to try to make this move to get the HRT carts separated. How much of a teammate do you feel like Alejandro Gonzalez is going to be to Sebastian Hauser? Sebastian saying, hey, let's go, let's go. I don't know. This is going to be a tough call here.
Yeah, saying, hey, we've got the cushion. Spears now is feeling the pressure. This might be exactly what they need. Side by side for third. Daniel Ramirez slides on up in the spot. Still fighting a little bit with Wagner trying to take advantage. That has now separated them by one of the largest leads in the group. 4 kart lengths. The difference between the two of them is there going to be enough time for everyone else to get there in about a lap and a third.
I tell you what, if someone's going to get there, it will be Daniel Ramirez. I think Ramirez has been a little quicker as, wow, I think Aaron Spears just got bodied by Braden Wagner once again. It's going to be a move that's going to win Wagner a spot, but it's going to cost him 2 on the next straightaway as we get the white flag for your top trio. I mean, Ramirez might be able to get 1. I think 2 would be aggressive. It's going to come down to whether Alejandro Gonzalez wants to stick with his teammate and take home the points, or if he's going to go it alone. I just don't think he's close enough.
Battle to try to determine the winner. Will Ramirez do something? He might get one of them. It's going to be difficult to get both of them. Right now, Alejandro Gonzalez waits in the wings. Does he feel the pressure to go? There's the block by Hauser. Hauser up the inside, tries to hug. Here comes the cut to the inside by his teammate. The HRT side by side. 3 wide. Here comes Ramirez to zip by them both and take advantage. It is Daniel Ramirez who takes advantage for the win.
Oh, I would love to be a fly on the wall back of that HRT pit. Unfortunately, kind of a needless defensive move there from Sebastian Hauser. I believe Alejandro Gonzalez was entirely willing to work with them. Maybe just a little too aggressive, and that over-under at the last corner, the perfect over-under for Daniel Ramirez. Sees the Axis Kart Sport driver steal the second heat race. Man, if that's what we got from the KA100 Juniors, stick around for sure for the KA100 Senior race. My goodness.
So that ends up being 74 1,000ths of a second. You see some of the hand gestures. Obviously, Hauser not too pleased. Possibly there. See the stare? Sees what's happening in front. And as you see in the background, it finishes 74 1,000ths behind. Gonzalez finishes near 2/10 back of the race winner. Tristan Murphy again into the 4th spot. Looking good for the points metric there. Braden Wagner in the top 5. Diesel Bazanski, Whipple, Martinez Spears dropped to 9th. Right ahead of Sebastian Johnson. Some of the other notables, Faye did hold on to most of their positions, lost 3 spots to fall down to 14th in the running order. Only one driver had significant issues in the race, and that was Declan Mixon, who was your only DNF essentially towards the end. 1 lap down for the 355. Look top to bottom at the running order here, as these drivers all make their way through the tech line after a wild KA100 race team.
Yeah, and I think we saw they're getting out of the go-karts. Alejandro Gonzalez immediately going over and giving Sebastian Hauser a hug. You know, all is fair in love and war. Everybody's got their own agendas. I think maybe another conversation needs to be had there at HRT to make sure that they do not give another one of these heat races away. I think pretty much ran 1-2 up until about the last, 200 feet of that race. So going to be some conversations needing to be had. And for conversations, Braden Wagner maybe just needs to pull back the reins a little bit, not get so caught up, and make sure that he thinks big picture if he wants to go try to beat his championship rival in Sebastian Hauser.
Indeed, just a few moments away from our next action, set to start in about 4 minutes or so. The drivers get some reprieve as we're about already halfway through qualifying heat number 2's rotation.
Well, he didn't lead a lot of them, but he led the one that mattered. Danny Ramirez with a buzzer beater. Walk me through those last couple of corners.
I was getting stuck behind Aaron, and I saw that they were pulling away. I had to make a pass immediately. And then in that last lap, they defended way too aggressively, and I was just trying to wait until they made a mistake.
It's a class that's all about finding friends, finding battle partners, finding someone to draft with. You're out there by yourself out in front right now. How much of a confidence booster is that for the rest of this weekend?
It's very big confidence boost. It shows that I have the kart to win it, and yeah.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you.
Guys? All right, Dean, Justin, if you guys can hear me, we're going to play a game here because I heard Dean predict the temps were 130. This is why you stay strapped, kids. I'll start with you, Dean. Do you keep that promise of it being in the 130s?
Let's go. I'll go a bit more aggressive. Let's say 133.
133. JP, what you got?
I'd say, with it being about 93, usually by iRacing logic, 143.
143? All right, let's find out here. Oh, buddy. 149.3 on the gun. This is close to just how spicy it is. I am going to try and get a little bit closer to the racing surface here. Mike's going to walk with me, but we've talked about how much of a balancing act it's been with guys finding the right pressures to allow that tire flex and still get, you know, a little bit of flex while still getting grip. It's a little bit cooler over here, mid 120s. That's still way higher than we had this morning. Certainly during practice yesterday, this is going to be a big challenge for these guys to find the right pressure zone on these praises.
Thank you very much. And, well, it is toasty out there for K100 Senior, or it is Stanton Everton, followed by Keiko. You also have joined in the mix Nakagawa, along with Aquino, Matthew, Port, and Kempton in the first few spots. You see Port and Kempton 6, 7, and 8 respectively for their team. That's the McCoon, Dunnigan, Carpenter, Steelrock are inside your top 12 today. Also in the mix here today, we have plenty of other drivers with a lot of names is what we're saying here today. The race number 2 for this class. We'll find out if anyone has anything for Stanton Everton.
Just a reminder, 2 extra laps. This is a 10-lap heat race compared to what we saw for the K100 Junior. A little bit of a stack up at the back. Hopefully everybody is A-okay. Archer Eversman was able to get the initial jump on his championship rival and Johnny Stamps. Wonder if we'll see the same thing again. Obviously, Axis Kart Sport looked way better in that K100 Junior heat race number 2. We'll see if the black and red Armada can make their way to the front. Let's see if we can survive turn 1 first as we're getting this one called off. We're going to do another lap just to, allow everybody to get formed back up again.
Formed up properly, if you will, for us to go back racing here with 10 laps up on the board once we get rolling here. And again, this could be because it's too slow into the start box, too fast, offset, drivers in the back not lined up. There's a lot of reasons for this. But the important thing is it's all about making sure you get a fair start at the very least. You don't want it to be where one line gets a massive advantage compared to the other here.
Yeah, and you always want to defer to the inside line. You know, as the pole sitter, you've earned that right to be able to dictate the start of these races. The last thing you'd want is somebody to jump on the outside. Although you can get red, it is entirely possible that maybe, the driver on the outside of the front row, in this case, Archer Eversman, can find that extra bit of a run and try to time it out. I will say somebody that I want to watch for this race is Gavin Nakagawa as well as Cameron Perry. For Nakagawa, so much speed in qualifying in P3. Unfortunately, in P4, was not able to translate that into a good result as he was one of the victims caught out by treacherous turn 5. And Cameron Perry, really, really quick, up 12 spots in that first heat race. Maybe can get a little bit lucky, and we'll see if he can repeat that and set himself up for a better super heat. Once again, got to make it through turn 1 first and foremost.
Let's see how things go here today for this second qualifying heat. We'll try this again. Green does come out. We're underway. Eversman, Stamp, leading the field of green. 2x2 they work, and already Eversman shuffled back to second. Trying to hold on to P2 for a moment, does, as the first side-by-sides were about 5th off back. Bruno Menchu amongst some of those driving. Look at that set all the way near into the barrier for the battle for third.
That was quite the aggressive defense there from Matthew Cagle, but Cagle understands track position is everything. He was one of those drivers that got swallowed up by the pack in that first heat race and really was never able to uncover himself. And remember, Cagle comes into this race 3rd in points. It is 1, 2, 3 in the standings, 1, 2, 3 on the track. Nathan Aquino is trying to play spoiler for your championship contenders.
Trying to find a way to at least they can get up there. As you can tell with the first lap being complete though, Stamps trying to hold on. A lot of fighting right now in the back of the group. But again, the 412 and the 466 doing what they did the last race. Trying to break away and pull up from the rest of the pack here. Will anybody be able to chip away this gap? Cagle's leading the second pack, and Aquino again is proving does not want to be the driver as the pusher, wants to be the leader. A crossover back by Cagle.
I mean, I think it was pretty air apparent in that first heat race that minus the track position problems of Aiden Aquino, he was the quickest driver, especially in the last half. When this press of rubber gets hot, obviously, as we saw with Jackson, almost 150 in the pits, about 130 on the racing surface with these go-karts, putting down some more press of rubber on this very, very brand new surface. Not even a year old, I believe, or 2 years old, I should say, at K1 Circuit Winchester. I'm surprised to see Eversman and Stamps playing so nice, as Matthew Kegel's likely going to lose a spot here. Not going to back out of it, hanging it around the outside of turn number 1. For now, we got 3 wide going up to Rocky Moran.
Stamps with a fast slap. A few drivers stabilized themselves there. Just trying to figure out where they want to be. Minshew is the one that's saying, I want to be going forward. The problem is, Gawa, remember that 414 had the spin earlier in race number 1. A bit of near contact it looked like there. Got a little bit dicey. We follow along with the leaders again that have pulled away by near a second already from Aquino.
This is baffling to me. I mean, I know it's early on. You got to think big picture, but yeah, I would think if I was Archer Eversman, if I was Archer Eversman, I would want to be leading this race. I'd want to be out in front, making sure that Johnny Stamps was on the back foot. He would be the first one to get past when Aiden Aquino does, I assume, eventually get there, as Aquino goes purple at a 51.7 as these drivers are really pushing the track limits. One driver off. Might have been an Axis Kart Sport cart at the first corner. Not entirely sure who that is. We'll see it when our scoring updates, who goes tumbling down the running order. Man, it's hot and it's slick. The second you get offline, there is nothing. I believe it is Campbell who is tumbling down the running order. Yep. Unfortunate there, but man, it's been a frantic start to this second heat race.
Well, Matt Campbell does fall down the order from an off track, as mentioned. That puts Campbell down last going loop to dead last, a minus 15. We're already coming up to close out lap number 4 to start lap 5. The biggest mover for those curious is Maximum Believe this time. The Team Kartnik machine, the 427, is up to about 13. The last scoring loop in sector 2. All this as well. Things seem to be calm. Sea-Rock also falling down with trouble in the past sector as well in the final quarters. It's turning into a bit of a wrestling match for some back there. On the bright side for those in the big gaggle, or 2 seconds back of the leader, they're faster than the leader by 2/10 a lap. The downside is they're doing this and going 2 and 3 wide again and slowing down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Jackson Minshew might have just gotten the boot there at turns 5 and 6. A really, really aggressive move, just trying to make sure that these drivers are not the ones that are going backwards and the ones that are going forwards. That's just going to cost them a mountain of time. I think about 4 or 5 of them got held up, as I believe we've got some drivers dropping down the running order as our timing and scoring update. Critically, though, in the fight for the race lead, a 0.8, a 0.7, and a 0.7 for Aiden Aquino without slipstream from the top 2. I believe Aquino is quickest, but if these top 2 keep working together, I'm not sure that there's much he's going to be able to do as the battle for P5 continues to rage on.
Right past that midway point in this race. So keep an eye on that battle here. Minshew, been impressive in a lot of the races we've seen him the past couple of years. Will get passed on by Kempton. Port's also squeaking on by. And again, kind of emphasizes with Dunnigan also going through there, you have to find a way to protect the bottom without having someone rip it away from you, if you will. It's been vital to hug the inside of most of these corners. You even see that right now in this far part of second 3. With Port and Kempton swapping by, you take the inside into any of the hard braking zones, you could potentially go 3, 4, 5 positions back as they block right now for 10.
I tell you what, I just got schooled up in the booth. In my head, I'm thinking, why is Jackson Minshew defending so aggressively? And one lap, opened the door one time, loses 4 spots and seems to be slipping back. That just doesn't look like that kart is very in the racetrack, and that's the hard part. You never want to be overstuck at a place like K1 with how high speed this track is. But if you miss the mark on the setup and you're skating, if you're skating at halfway, I can only imagine that Praise of Rubber is not going to be thanking you by the end of heat race number 3.
So all this is to say here, as they all dip their way on through, they'll have about 3-ish laps to go coming up here this time by Stamps. Got a little bit of a cushion on Eversman now at this point, by the way. Aquino has not been able to maintain on the close-up. They lost about a 10th last time. In fact, fastest driver on the track in the lead group is Johnny Stamp in the 51.9. Everybody else in the 52s and 53 second brackets. So all of this is to say, this continues what's been a phenomenal championship battle this season, and Stamps needs to pick away point by point if he wants an opportunity here because of what happened in last time out's final. Right now, this is the first step. Getting yourself in a position to pick up some checkered flags by the time it gets to the Moral Superheat.
I will say, as the twin sticks come out, I am surprised about the relative absence of Axis Kart Sport. Obviously, Archer Eversman's got it figured out here in position number 2, but we saw last race, it was almost, I believe it was a 4v3, or a 4v4 rather, between Formula Works, GFC, and Axis Kart Sport. And I tell you what, it might be a 1v1 right now, but if these two battle too much, Aiden Aquino is going to be right there in about half a lap. Eversman looking around the outside, not going to get there. I think all these drivers know if you want to win this heat race, you got to win it by leading going down into the S's on the final lap.
They'll work their way down the hillside through those S's. In fact, right now, coming up to 9 complete at the stripe. White flag expected. Stamps again, hugging the inside. We've seen already, though, a lot of drama on the defense. Aquino is now within drafting range. Is there enough time to maybe do something? Try and replicate the junior race on the final time through. Aquino needs to close up another 3/4 tenths to have a chance at least one of them.
The move's going to happen. It's going to happen at turn 5. Tricky turn 5. Do not want to get on the brakes too hard here. Lock it up and wipe yourself out and your championship rival. Eversman, like he did in Heat 2, not opting to go for the big move. Very smart defensive move there from Johnny Stamps. Perfectly controlled. This has brought Aquino into it, but like we've seen, there's just not enough passing opportunities here on the second half of this lap. I'd imagine this is likely how we're going to finish, barring some heroics here at the final chicane.
Here we go. Some defense. Now that Aquino's there, will there be a chance for Eversman to go on the inside? No. Stamps. Good corner exit to the checker flag this time. It's Stamped over Eversman in heat number 2. Aquino in the top 3. Cagle was closing up at the end. He closed up 6/10 on the final time by fourth in the top 5. Stamped essentially controlled that race from the get-go along with Eversman, and they both never looked back.
Control is the perfect word to describe that. Johnny Stamps showing why it is him and Archer Eversman at the end of this championship, seemingly like it's going to be a 2-horse race in a category that is so topsy-turvy, so close, made all the perfect moves. That is how you get back into this championship. Johnny Stamps making a statement to his competition. And I tell you what, I think we know the 4 drivers, at least at the moment, that are going to be fighting for this win come Sunday afternoon. Man, you got to think Archer Eversman, that Axis Kart Sport team, got to find just a little bit more if they want to topple Team GFC up on the top of the scoring pylon.
Indeed, with Stamps, Eversman, Aquino, Cagle, and Ports in the top 5. Dunnigan got the 6th. Give a shout out to the 427. Believe was on the move. Maximilian getting up to 7th. Kempton fell down to 8th. Menshu Kim in the top 10. Cameron Perry haven't touched too much apart. Part of those at GFC camp. For reports the entry list coming into this week. On some of those on the run. We look at the rest of your order here, but when we come back, we'll get set to go for more racing action. We continue with today's coverage on Kart Chaser. Once again, a sunny and very hot day for the Champions of the Future America's Series. Once again, from Winchester, California, continues in just a moment.
Macro Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing, same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Take a look at your grid for our final qualifying Heat 2 race of the rotation. Vanna Richards ahead of Wiggly Keys. You also have Karen Selly and Corden up in the top 4. Those are the X30 pros. You also have up in front of the field your Heritage Machine Bell to drive off well. That includes drivers like Abiani controlling the Priot over Gomez. Bays was up at the top 2 most of that race. Hendervik, along with Isaac and Monaghan, are the drivers in the order here today. Just catching up with the penalty bulletins before the start of this one. They all need to get in position to start this one off. As we were expecting here, Ivana Richards did receive a 2-place penalty for heat number 1 for cause of collision. So that's seen them placed down to the last driver in the Pro class when it comes to the X30 Pro. Looks like they're already all set to go. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the Heritage machines will get their own start box to the green. Green is out. Let's go racing up at the front.
Much better start there from the inside. Unfortunately, not quite the start that I think Wrigley Keys, your Heat 1 winner would want, is that K100 Heritage also gets themselves underway. Caramelli immediately jumping up into P2. As we see, he's not going to want to wait around very long, I'd imagine, especially after the way that Heat number 1 ended. Not going to want to force the issue around the outside. Goes Wrigley Keys, unfortunately going to cost himself a spot. Just like we saw at the end of heat race number 1, Caramelli leads from Ivana Richards with Tanner Corden in P3. Man, can anyone stop Caramelli?
I think that's everyone's question right now. We've seen what happened the last time. Now Richards, at the very least, running double duty. She's continuing to keep being pressurized right now. Ivana is to find a way to keep up at the point. They start things out, mind you, up 4.5 over everybody else in the opening pace. This is all while the Heritage drivers on the other side of the field still making their way around the track. Looking to see where their battle goes. There is already a change to Bays going up to second as the underscoring. The 524 again is looking solid. Gomez is not the same here today, but has kept the attendance high this season. Looking good at the points regardless. That being said here, you kind of can't let the red mist get to you if you're up at the front of that X30 Pro class, or better yet, you've got to keep the focus up to try and chip away in the Heritage class here, because this 556 has been a racer in karting since 2007, and it's been just controlling this field here today. It's been difficult to catch up to him in his appearance here. He only made one start in 2025 in terms of the official logs in Idaho.
Ah, yes, the good old days of 2007. Man, that hurts to say out loud. But either way, looks like we might have a battle for P3 here between Bays and Gomez. Gomez, remember, thinking big picture here. One clean weekend likely away from clinching up the championship on points, as Joshua Daly is absent here this weekend. So should be a good fight here. It seems as though Dylan Albiani does have a little bit of a pace advantage over Mr. Gomez there in position number 3. Also, Wrigley Keys jumping ahead of Tanner Corden, moving himself up into P3. I was expecting a bit more of the Nash Motorsports machine. I know starting on the outside of row number 1 in a 4-kart field, very difficult to make that work. You just don't have the help that you need. He fell to P3 and then made the really aggressive move around the outside of turn 5 that didn't quite work out. Surely by the end of today, we'll be seeing that Nash Motorsports machine come to life, but it is all Caramelli out in front, although Richards is not letting him get away.
Yep, absolutely. So right now looking pretty solid here for our battles right now on lap 4 already. This field has had some exciting action to say the very least. It, for whatever reason here today, has not been non-stop intensity in amongst this pack here. So as a driver here, how do you respond to, I guess you could say, the franticness it feels like for those that may be in the karts here with some of the wild miss up through turn 5 and lately we've seen up through turn 11 in these races, and how does that impact how you may approach the battles by the time we get to heat race number 3?
Well, like I said, you're either going forwards or you're going backwards in karting, especially at this level where everybody is so close and so tight. I would always be the one to, if people are going crazy, I'm not going to be the one that, gets the short end of the stick. I'm going to be the one, trying to make the crazy moves to get ahead of the chaos. Unfortunately for the likes of Wrigley Keys, really seems like there's some decent speed in that go-kart, just not going to be close enough, barring an incredible battle between Caramelli and Ivana Richards at the moment. Same deal really going for the K100 Heritage drivers. They've gotten a little bit more spread out the further up we've got into this race. I do wonder what the tire pressure strategy is for these top two, understanding that, you know, you have only a finite amount of pressure rubber to use in these heat races. And I tell you what, that last lap, a little more than a tenth quicker in the favor of Ivana Richards, might just have that break that Wrigley Keys needs to get back up into this race.
Indeed. By the way, you see on your left side of your screen? How about you get yourself a GoPro today? It'll help you with your racing. And of course, if you have a Kart, you can put the GoPro on the Kart and then watch the footage. That 360 cam that GoPro offers after all provides some really good viewing opportunities to see where you are in lines and more. 10% off on the promo code, by the way, if you use the promo code KartChaser10 today. Again, the QR code to learn more. You are into GoPros. Race lead staying time at the front of the field. More importantly here, those GoPros will be filled up, at least for Carastelli, by Richards, who again dropped off a few tenths, closed it right back on up though. The 650 lockstep.
And once again, Ivana Richards doing double duty here in X30 Pro as well as K100 Senior. Didn't quite catch where she's done or how she's finished in those two races, but she is giving Sergei Karamseli all that he can handle at the moment. It seems as though that maybe, just maybe, that Kart Republic not liking these very high temperatures. Once again, Karamseli voicing his displeasure with his go-kart at Spring Mountain, saying that it was either the fastest go-kart on the track or the slowest go-kart on the track. At the moment, it seems as though under a bit of pressure from the lady from Mexico. I also want to point out that the top three that last time by, their lap times were separated by less than 0.04 of a second. So I think Wrigley, you know, kind of licking his wounds here, trying to catch these top two, maybe wondering what might have been. But still, as we saw in that first heat race, you never know until the checkered flag comes out. All he's going to need is a little bit of contact, and we've got a three-way fight for the race victory.
Absolutely, and remember, some of these drivers, like Castelli, did put in work in the Kart sim to prepare for this one. Chase 20 with the coupon code, by the way, for those curious, 20% off. Sim experience here, a part of that you can build up upon to prepare for these types of races, and we know Castelli big on the sim side when it comes to trying to get the data together, at least here at the facility, in terms of some discussion preparation during the week. That 604 continuing to match line for line, and by the way, they may reach Monaghan right towards the end here. It may become a factor in the final lap and a half.
I tell you what, Sergei Karamseli, a very, very smart young driver. He will remember what happened at the end of that first heat race. He is not going to allow that door to be opened up even by a millimeter for Ivana Richards on the inside. Unfortunately, that last lap, I mean, Wrigley Keys is just a hair quicker than these top two, but something tells me, barring a miracle, 2.7 seconds, or rather 2.5 seconds is not going to disappear overnight. They are going to catch Monahan, although it will be in a much more favorable spot, I believe, should be able to usurp him at turn number one. White flag in the air. Ivana Richard wants to go now. Not again.
Here we go again.
Wow.
Intense battling for the race lead. They held on to it this time. What happens this time, though, by 5? Richards isn't close enough for the dive this time. We'll try and get a little closer on entry. Still staying within the bumpers down the hillside.
Man, Karamseli had to open up the steering a ton at turn number one to avoid that contact. I love the aggressive driving, Ivana, making for some great content. Unfortunately, that was probably going to be her one and only opportunity. Karamseli leads into the last chicane, and when you lead into the last chicane, we haven't seen somebody give it up yet. Really slow in, really fast out for Karamseli. A little bit of a slip at the last corner. We got a drag race.
Here we go at the line. Who got it? Karamseli by 7/1000ths of a second. The 604 gets the win in heat number 2.
I tell you what, that's about as close as it gets. That might have just come down to who mounted their transponder a little bit lower compared to the other driver. We're seeing it today. Karamseli does seem a little human. Ivana Richards and that HRI Mexico team have put a phenomenal go-kart under her as K100 Heritage rounds the final corner. It will be another victory here for Dylan Albiani. Man, even in the small fields, we got crazy action. I feel very lucky today.
Yeah, that was intense again for the finish. Keys and Gordon amongst the top four of the Heritage driver, already crossing Aviani. Putting together a dominant day by 4 seconds in the Precision Works machine. Take that win in the CRG over Jeffrey Bays. Tony Gomez, 6 seconds back of the overall win in that class in Heritage. So impressive racing so far. Who's impressed you the most overall out of the first 2 heats here?
Well, I would say for sure when it comes to X30 Pro, Ivana Richards, I mean, Ivana ran pretty decently at round 6 of Champions of the Future. Wasn't necessarily a factor for any of the higher positions, and same seems to be happening again in K100 Senior. But for some reason, whether it's her driving style, maybe that's a setup choice that they're trying to figure out, you know, being able to run double duty, you get obviously double the laps. They've found something, and she's been able to take it to Sergei Karamaselli, who, I mean, has pretty much been able to fight anybody that comes her way, or comes his way rather, you know, the likes of Jake Drew and others. Man, I'm super surprised to see this close of a fight, and you got to think for Wrigley Keys, at some point, we'll have a good start, and we'll have a nice little 3-way battle for the race lead. I am super excited to see what the day has. And then for X30 Heritage, Dylan Albiani just putting, I can't say that on Kart Chaser broadcast, but doing a really good job of controlling from the front, doing everything he needs to do to make sure he gets a big points day and walks away with the trophy tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Xander Clements would be the better expert when it comes to Albiani's speed, but has been a strong person for many years at the national level, to say the very least, if you look back over towards the Duffy. But, to say the very least, it's expected to stay intense into the 3rd rotation of races coming up. They're set to hit the racetrack for that 3rd and final qualifying heat rotation at approximately 2:40 East Pacific time, so about 20 minutes for drivers before they hit back on the racetrack. We'll step aside in a moment. Remember, 2:40 for your mini under 10s and minis. KA100 juniors at 2:55, 3:10 for your seniors, and 3:25 will close out the day with Heritage and X30 Pro. A good slate of races once again lined up before we go to a 5-race slate where we separate Heritage and X30 Pro by tomorrow morning for those super heats, and they get to race in on the racetrack by themselves without the factor of lap traffic for that final class.
Well, a buzzer beater again here, this time in X30, and it's Sergei Karamaselli just over Ivana Richards. What have you made so far of this weekend?
This weekend has been pretty tough, especially when getting to the racing. Beforehand, during practice and the warm-ups were good, but then as the grip levels come up and the sun and the weather gets hotter, it starts a little bit harder to find the setup for the Kart Republic chassis, but we're working really, really hard so to get these results. While everybody's at the lunch break eating, we're sitting brainstorming what to do with the kart, because there is always something to do better.
I talked about it as well with Aiden, and as another guy that flies the KR flag, right? You guys don't have that factory support. You're off GFC. Gary can't just walk parts over to you guys. It's not easy being a KR guy when you don't have that support.
Yes, definitely being a KR guy, especially in the West Coast. There's nobody driving any Kart Republics, maybe 1 or 2 people, but that doesn't really give you the support, and so that forces you to find the setup. All the changes that you do are on you. You cannot come up to the team principal and ask, oh, what do I do? My car is doing this. What do I do? What do I change? No, you have to work for yourself. So this is why we chose the KR chassis, because it's unpopular here, and we want to keep progressing on getting Kart Republic more settled here. So,
and of course, it's certainly been working for you. Thanks, Serge.
Thank you.
Guys.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race-ready training that carries into real life.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting right here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound, powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarscrack Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time pro national champion Brandon Jarscrack, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscrackRacing.com.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Legacies aren't built overnight. They're built 1 second at a time. Never taking a lap off, and always pushing the limits. K1, helping you build your legacy from the beginning.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
is Kyle Cuthbertson. Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Drivers getting the opportunity to get rolling as we begin things off once more for today's coverage of Champions of the Future Americas Series. Justin Prince alongside Dean Helt here for today's coverage. We also have Jackson Lambros down trackside. Right now, the field getting itself ready to go for qualifying heat number 3. And so far, it's been some wild racing yet again. It's been intense.
Well, hopefully nobody has their tents up as the wind has picked up, blowing everything in and around here. Gusts of up to 20 miles an hour, and it has changed once again. We still continue to have it roughly going up towards Rocky Moran, blowing a little bit more towards the K1 circuit building. It's going to be a really, really interesting one, especially on karts this size. And we mentioned earlier the likes of Asher Bazanski, that big hole that he punches in the air being so much taller than everybody else. Wonder if that might be a disadvantage for him looking towards this heat race number 3.
Indeed, take a look at your grid as it scrolls through. Benjamin Monroy again at the front with Maddox Carlucci. Bale, Bizanski, Sanders, along with Tavi, West, Bishop, Mariazic, along with Adriano, Ochi, Fernandez Mello. Monsters up at the front of the field. You have Fernandez, Medina, that'll also look to try and charge the way through. On with the Cloyd, that includes Lincoln. Got the advantage over Dale Gomez. You also have Brent Lemmer. And so many others that are looking to see where their positions go. This time, remember, every single time we've had to restack the field at least once for the start zone, the tram lines in this class.
In the talk of the day, teammates and teammates, temperature, and tires. We got triple T's and turn 5. We got quadruple T's here this afternoon. Our pit reporter, Jackson Lambros, just recorded that we have a track temp of 149 degrees. It's getting toasty, but it's a heat race, so it makes sense.
Let's go racing again. Heat number 3 underway with contact to the back of the group. Few spots lost for that machine. Everybody else able to survive. It's Monroy who leads them off down into the opening sector with a flurry of gold machines looking to work their way up as quick as possible.
I was going to say the duo that won, that finished 1-2 in the first heat race. I believe this is of Lion McPhail as well as Trey Saunders. I believe we have 3 under 10s currently leading the field, and it is Kendall West from the inside of row number 4 that slots herself up into P4. That outside line just went nowhere. I don't know if they were just disorganized or if maybe Maddox Carlucci was caught a little bit sleeping, but now 2 or 3 of the fastest karts of the day, as well as Asher Bazanski, are now going to have to dig themselves out of a hole. Bazanski up the inside here for position number 6. But we got 2 teammates here at the front. Should make this quite interesting.
Keep in mind, you're going to have to make sure you avoid any major contact here. Just checking on how things have went in the air race. Talked about been physical in some of the classes. Let's find out how things go in this one. The under 10s lead things 1, 2, 3. Kendall West is the head of those in the mini as well. She's having a good run here, but look at this. Trey Saunders getting an opportunity to go to second, braining West through, bringing Carlucci in a contact. That was in the side of McPhail, and they're able to hold on. Lots of hand signals as fourth on back lost a lot of time, and at least one crew member scrambles.
That is exactly what I was talking about. That tailwind, that huge tailwind going up into Rocky Moran, I think just caught Lion McPhail out a little bit there. Also contact there with Maddox Carlucci, our championship leader, thankfully. Just a little incidental side-by-side contact, but as mentioned, that has allowed the top 3 to break away, and critically, Kendall West, the 3rd driver in the championship standings, trying to get herself back into this championship fight. This certainly is going to help. I mean, we've got Kendall West, Astor Bazanski, and Maddox Carlucci all nose to tail in P3, P4, and P5. Got 2 position 1 motorsports karts versus the 1 Team Kartnik of Trey Saunders.
Gonna get very interesting now with West in the conversation here. Been one of those trying to move ahead so far, but hasn't had the chance. Here comes Trey. Trey brains West as well. And just like that, it's going to be the 117 up in front of the field. First time since the early parts of race 1 of the day for this class in the entire event. Be back up at the front, but how long does it last? Mind you, the entire conga line of karts, you can say, is pretty well connected as far back as maybe 12th at the moment still.
12th-ish. And once again, this win is only going to make this closer. But I tell you what, Asher Bazanski not wanting to wait around. Unfortunately, Lion McPhail once again, or rather, it might be Benjamin Tabi, I should say. Or not Benjamin Tabi. Third time's the charm here. Benjamin Monroy just not defending, I think, as much as he really needs to. Just hemorrhaging positions as Maddox Carlucci also making his way through up into position number 4. And I tell you what, Monroy's got to be careful here. And as another Team Kart goes up the inside, Monroy dropping like a rock at the moment. And right now, we've got 1, 2, 3 in the points, 2, 3, and 4 on the track.
All making the way down the hillside yet again, coming up past halfway, this time by complete. Coming up to what will be 3 to go once they come up to the stripe. By the way, Tommy shuffled down tonight with some of the physicality in this group as they all start to splinter apart here. Bazanski yet again is showcasing some speed. Remember, led half the race in heat number 2. That red machine did just pick up a 10.5 to close on up to get up to West. Now is nearly there as West rides behind the 117.
And reminder, there is a reason why it is mini and mini under 10. These under 10 drivers are getting schooled by some of their more veteran. It's funny, I say veteran, but most of these kids aren't even older, aren't even teenagers yet. They're still, in the very early stages of their karting career, but still so much skill, so much talent on offer here at Champions of the Future. But I will say, Trey Saunders looking pretty good right now. The gold standard, it's very fitting that the gold cart is currently sitting in position number 1, as Asher Bazanski is going to look up the inside here. Kendall West chooses wisely to back out of it. That experience, that knowledge, I think, playing in the hands of the competition speed driver. But at some point, you got to think, as we're going to see the twin sticks, I believe this time by, how aggressive does Kendall West want to play this, or will she even have a choice? As Asher Bazanski is going to look to go for the move here into P2.
Continues the progression with the 2:13 with 2 to go, but hold on a moment. Here comes West again. Has some help, and there's Carlucci driving back on by. Carlucci gives assistance, and now the fight is on for the older drivers in amongst the mini class. Right now, the youngster Trey Saunders pulling off and away, but Carlucci will look to try and dig. How do you think Carlucci does it? That's the question here as they go down the hillside.
I think Maddox knows it's win or go home. You got to think championship. The best defense is a great offense. Unfortunately for him, not going to be close enough just yet to make a move here on Kendall West. I say that as he does a big move up the inside of the final chicane. I guess I was unfamiliar with your game, Mr. Carlucci, as he moves himself up into B2. Although with the white flag out, he's got to close up about 6.5, almost 7 tenths, with very minimal help behind as Asher Bazanski looks to go up the inside for P3. Will choose to stay in line with his 2 championship rivals. I just don't know if there's enough time for them to catch Trey Saunders.
I think that opportunity has sailed away, but you can still fight amongst your fellow drivers for the championship. Carlucci still looking comfortable. West may wait to the final sector to go for it. Right now, just waiting for 9 and 10 is the best thing you can do here. Not too many passes you'll see through 6, 7, and 8. They hike down the hillside. All while Trey Saunders dominating in the final few laps of this one to pull away by a sizable margin. The gap remains almost 7/10. Drivers behind stay in line. No major shuffles. It's the 117 of Trey Saunders who gets himself the checker flag. Gets it done in heat number 3 over Carlucci, West, Bazanski. Liam McPhail, Martin McPhail should say, in the top 5. Monroy falls down to 6th.
It's the under 10s over everybody else. Once again, for Lion McPhail and Benjamin Monroy, your pole sitter, unfortunately, this is where you learn. This is where you earn your stripes against some of the best non-teenage, I should say, competition here on the West Coast of the United States. Everything's a teachable lesson. As long as those lessons are learned before the superheat, should still be okay. But once again, Team Kartnick, you got to keep in mind, we got 3 of those gold carts inside the top 7. I think they're setting themselves up for a very, very productive superheat coming tomorrow.
I think so as well. It's going to be interesting what the drivers do, but for now, it's Trey up ahead of everyone. Maddox, Carlucci, followed by West, Bazanski, Fail, Monroy in the top 6. Of those, 3 are under 10, 3 are over 10. Sebastian Ochi, Benjamin Tabi, followed by Hernandez. Mariajic amongst those in the top 10 today for Precision Works. And Pickle Rick amongst that group. You have Lincoln Coils up down in 11th. Bishop, Gomez, Freitas Mello, Adriano amongst the top 15. Of note, most of the field didn't see as big of a drop-off in some of the cases compared to earlier. But there are some teams that are looking to see, can they find a little bit more ground to pick up here today. So with that in mind, we'll take a break. 3 races to go here from Winchester. Racing continues as the wind picks up in California.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want. Like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need. All at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
The day is ours and we seize it. Haters, man, they got reasons. Grab the moment, we freeze it. Go to the touch, all what a rush. Follow your heart, homie, go where the love. Let it rain, let it flow, let it flood. Swimming in good vibrations. It's a celebration, it's the liberation of everything we are. Every time you in the clouds, they gon' try to bring you down. Do not let them try, go ahead and get it, get it, get it, get it.
getting set to go for KA100 Junior. Qualifying heat 3's underway. Sebastian Hauser ahead of Alejandro Gonzalez, Aaron Spears, followed by Braden Wagner and Daniel Ramirez. Going to be some interesting names again after what happened up at the front in race number 2. Diaz Bazanski will be in front of Sebastian Johnson, Jet Whipple, Tristan Murphy again. We'll try one more time to get up towards the front. Bay, followed by Luis Martinez in your order. You also have a second Ramirez that's going to be on your next tab, Nathan Ramirez. Henry Escalette will be next, followed by Alec Benzinski. You also have drivers such as David Sanchez, Sharp amongst those in the top 18. A lot of HRTs looking to find their way up to the field. The last of the drivers is the HRT and user here today. Max at the tail end of the order, but at the front of it are 2 of his teammates from Hare Racing Team, looking to try and control things off in the tram lines. Remember, they controlled the race until the final corner in heat number 2. We have 8 laps on the board. We're underway once more here from Winchester.
Wow, Gonzalez with the jump on Sebastian Hauser. I wonder if maybe that was organized. Looks like everybody's going to make it into number 1 okay. Not really sure if that was planned, but it looks like we're going to get single filed out. Braden Wagner and Sebastian Hauser both surviving turn number 1, as Aaron Spears now finds himself once again in deja vu as Hauser looks back up the inside of Gonzalez. He's going to bring about 4 guys with him to tricky turn 5. Gonzalez gets run out wide. Yep, he'll be regretting that one down to P6, but for the moment, it is somehow, after all that, Sebastian Hauser stays out in front.
With no help this time, though, is the big difference compared to the last one. Spears will get the push, meanwhile, from drivers such as Ramirez and a couple others that are already on that charge. Braden Wagner as well. But let's find out how things look after the opening lap, as once again Gonzalez gets shuffled back. Hauser, Spears, Ramirez, Wagner, Nixon looking to avoid trouble this time. They're already to the back end of the 307. There's a bit of a wobble. There goes Wagner, losing spots now.
Boy, Hauser does love to throw those little Euro swerves at the end of these straightaways. Really aggressive defense. I mean, if you're in the lead, you may as well try to hold it. Big block into turn number 5, and this is going to bring everybody into it. This is where you get crazy. You see all the opportunity to go forward, but the second you look back, it's going to be just as easy to go the wrong direction. We've got about, I don't know, 12 karts that are nose to tail as we head down, as we snake down through the S's. No teammate allegiances here at the front. Everybody really fighting for their own, as Hauser once again throwing a big block. Really big stack up here at the chicane. Man, this is going to get exciting if it isn't already.
Yeah, you got to be careful with those moves you're referring to, though. You only make one move. If you make more than one, that's a penalty that popped up in one of the races today. Hauser, with that being said, already down to 4th with the freight train. It's now Spears at the head of it. Hauser back to 3rd at least. And now it's Spears at the point for the first time today. Next up, Danny Ramirez looking to do it again. Diaz Bazanski also making some good hardy cuts back there for 5th.
Guys, let's take a breath here. Let's ask ourselves, where is Braden Wagner? Something must have happened off camera. Finds himself at the back of this train in position number 16. I mean, this is essentially the entire field is all together. Braden Wagner must have gotten on the outside somewhere and gotten the boot, because he, one of your championship contenders rather, is way outside of the points. Huge opportunity here for Sebastian Hauser to pick up some extra points on his championship rivals. But I guess now it's just a fight for survival, as this is Tristan Murphy trying to go up the inside of Hauser. Loses that spot temporarily down to P4 for your championship leader. Looking right back up the inside, but Braden Wagner nowhere to be found.
A lot of hand signals from Hauser noticing throughout the day today. Spears set the fastest lap last time. For those curious, Wagner fell down to 12th in terms of his running spot. Sharpwood previously had the fastest lap, is still down in 15th. But Aiden Spears looking pretty steady so far. Remember, last time out in this series was one of the we've seen throughout the course of the season, should rather say, in the case of Spears, has been pretty competitive whenever we've seen him pop up here in these events. Has looked pretty solid here today. Now, though, he's going to have to think about one driver that's slowly creeping in. Remember, Murphy from the back to the front again. He's already charging up for the race leaders.
And remember, coming into this race, Aaron Spears sits 6th inside the points, still within touching distance likely of P4, maybe even P3 if he plays his cards right. And with runs like this, we saw he was so fast last time out at round 6. Unfortunately, was taken out very early on in that race and was not able to get the result that I'm sure he or his Nash Motorsports team would have wanted. But I tell you what, right now, the driver that I'm looking at is Tristan Murphy, one of the fastest go-karts out on track. And if at any point Daniel Ramirez makes a little bit of an ill-fated move to try to get the race lead, we're going to have a 3-kart battle. If not, I mean, Tristan Murphy's actually already there. Buckle up, folks. It's going to be really fun here at the end of this race.
Especially since while the fast laps are still going away up at the front and the halfway point past the fact for your race leader. We know Murphy, every single race, has at least picked up a minimum of 6 spots at one point or another in the race. That 360 tomorrow is going to be fun to watch. That being said here, as things separate out, he's got the fastest lap now. He was a 10th and a half quicker than your leaders. Look how different it is, though, when you have someone like Ramirez assisting rather than attacking, and how difficult it is even to get that little bit and lot of bit pull for Murphy's case right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's closed it up pretty good here, but like I said, the question is, how are these three going to play with one another? No teammate alliances. You know, for the likes of Daniel Ramirez and Aaron Spears have been racing each other essentially since the beginning of the season. They have a bit of a repertoire with one another. I think they probably will know what to expect as the twin sticks have been popped out. But the question for Ramirez, when do you make this move? And obviously, if you're Ramirez and you look back and all of a sudden that white, red, and kind of orange go-kart of Tristan Murphy getting ever bigger in your visor, maybe that fans the flames a little bit. You try to make that move going into turn number 5.
Let's find out in a moment as the times continue to go down and down. Murphy is within a kart length, but it's starting to reach a brick wall because the speeds have also picked up for the race leaders by a bit. They're already running as quick as 4 7/10 quicker than everybody else on the track. Already coming up to 7 laps complete this time. Spears keeping it steady up to the final corners as we get ready for the final times around coming up here. They work their way to the front. White flag is out. Final time around.
This move will come, but the question is, where does Ramirez try to do it? We've seen others get themselves in trouble at turn number 5, likely going to be the last opportunity that he's going to have, as he does not have a nose in there for Rocky Moran, and likely going to need Tristan Murphy to go with him. Spears will defend down to the bottom, or maybe he won't. Surprisingly, Ramirez did not have a very good run through Rocky Moran. Wow, that was surprisingly tame.
And now there's only one more section to go from tame to very loud if you want to get a race win in the heat at the least. What will happen here? Spears defensive on Ramirez. Tristan Murphy looking to set up an up and under maybe for one of the spots. Spears pops to the inside. Ramirez stays behind. No one steps out. Spears takes the win over Ramirez and Murphy. Hauser to 4. And I think I've seen a thumbs up there.
Critically, though, for your championship, Braden Wagner was able to survive the chaos. At one point was down into 16th in this race, recovers to P7. But, man, you got to be thinking big picture. Big points hemorrhage there to Sebastian Hauser. Tell you what, never a good feeling, because this is the last race of the day for these KA100 junior drivers. Going to have to sit on that and chew and go over the data with the Formula Works GFC team to see what they can do better tomorrow going into the Superheat.
Absolutely, especially if you want by the later part of the day tomorrow. You see that podium? That's to what is your left side of the K1 Circuit main building. You want to stand on the top step of it to celebrate with all the fans up there. It's Spears, Ramirez, Murphy in the top 3, Hauser, Martinez, we specifically in the top 5. Diesel Bizanski down at 6, Braden Wagner, Hedda Gonzalez, Whipple, and Mixon goes from the top 5 to 10th. On the long run speed and one of the OTK chassis in the order. Yeah, let's go at also down at 11, Sebastian Johnson, 12th, Nathan Ramirez stayed back at 13th. I want some of the notables back there. Your others in the order didn't see too much shuffling. Your biggest mover was a +7 for both Tristan Murphy and Luis Martinez as they cut their way to the field. 2 races.
Tell you what, I'm real.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm really impressed with Tristan Murphy. If he can just get some track position with a decent starting spot for the Superheat tomorrow, I'm starting to like putting my money on the 360 of Tristan Murphy.
He's one of the drivers that's really strong at the national level in the East and Midwest, I should rather say. Why not be strong on the West? He's one of the favorites coming into today for a reason with what he's been able to do in various different series. That in mind, what I was trying to say as well was we're already halfway through heat number 3's rotation. That's how quickly these races have gone here today. You have to be on your toes and quickly getting to work if you're these teams. Remember, the next race is less than 4 minutes away, Dean.
Yeah, and ever-changing conditions. This is where the sun starts to go down. Usually the winds tend to go down a little bit. The track is going to change quite a bit, especially within the next hour, where we will see the KA100 Senior, obviously, their third heat race coming up in just a couple of minutes' time, as well specifically as KA100 Heritage and X30 Pro. Just a little bit of another moving target that these teams are going to have to try to hit. And we've seen with this press of rubber, that window is really, really narrow. If you get it right, you're a superhero. If you get it wrong, you are going backwards.
And this wind continuing to gust around. Oh no, the inflatable collapsed.
Oh no.
And that was one of the major things that was a thought was they are going to take it down, to clarify, for wind purposes. So for safety, they will now take it down and move it away. Wind gusts at 16 miles per hour at the moment.
Once again, for those at home and at the track, look at the flags, the Mexican, American, and Canadian flags blowing in the wind. They're blowing straight up to Rocky Moran. Surprised that we haven't seen anybody try to get a run and make a move up the hill. Obviously very risky, but you got to think at some point, maybe not, if not today, maybe tomorrow, we'll see some brave souls try to send it over that first curb and try to make a move going into what is pretty much the quintessential corner here at K1 Circuit Winchester. And we've got Jackson with an interview down in the pits.
Let's hear from him. First heat win of the season for Aaron Spears. You were able to fend off some really fast guys out there. Walk me through that race.
So the first few laps, we just got to go past the front runners and just got to make some moves. And then at the end of the race, I just tried to hold my own, just tried to keep the pace up. And I just felt like the momentum with the kart was good lap after lap.
You've had the single lap speed. You've always been a top 5 at worst in qualifying. Do you feel like you've noticed how much your racecraft has improved so far this season?
Yeah, I think each race that goes along, my racecraft keeps on getting better and better because the competition is so good.
Thanks, Aaron.
No problem.
Aaron Spears taking the time to speak was there as we get ready for our third Heat 3 of the afternoon. So the inflatable is down with the winds continuing to gust hard around the racetrack. What are your expectations for KA Senior? Because there were 12 penalties in heat number 1 for this class. Been keeping an eye to see on heat number 2. Those just came in. Heat 2 had an additional 4 penalties come in. There are a lot of front-fairing penalties coming through.
I mean, it's very, very aggressive racing, but at the front where it matters the most, who can stop Johnny Stamps thus far? It has been, also sorry for any commentators, Chris, from me in the future, but it has been 2 for 2 for Johnny Stamps. Looks like that GFC machine is absolutely on rails. He has a teammate, and critically, and Matthew Cagle not too far behind. Eversman not really having many Access Kart Sport teammates to lean on here in this race thus far, or rather in these races thus far. And you got to think for the likes of Gavin Nakagawa, Aiden Aquino, who's been so quick, Jackson Menchu, who had a great qualifying effort, but maybe just not quite having the speed yet in that Calvo driver development kart. Maybe we'll see a couple guys get themselves back up at the front. The track has changed quite a bit. We'll see if that opens the door for some drivers to make their way forward or backwards.
Don't want to go the backwards part, to say the very least here. But at the very least, you have Stamps and Eversman, Cagle and Gawa, you have Aquino and Menchu, Ports and Kempton, McCoon and Donegan. Once your top 10 drivers here in the order, Keep an eye on Maximilian Lee again, the 427, one of those in the teens to near 20s, who has been a hard charger candidate in both races. All set to go. Once again, it's KA Senior competition. The KA 100s continue on with the green flag waving. We're back to racing. And a good start up in the front row. Here we go. It's side by side to start.
2 heat races today, and 2 of the 3 heat races, rather. Archer Eversman has nailed this start. Unfortunately for him, this has allowed the 2 GFC teammates of Matthew Cagle and Johnny Stamps to get nose to tail. Remember, these are the top 3 in the points, currently top 3 on the racetrack. Some big moves into turn number 5. I think that was Aiden Aquino trying to get ahead of one of the Precision Motorsports carts. There's Precision 1 and Precision Works. So I think it was Precision Works. My apologies to those when I butchered the names. But we initially have a 6-car breakaway. And I just wonder if you're Johnny Stamps, you've worked well with Archer Eversman, but at what point do you try to hamper the driver that you are trying to beat in the championship?
That's the huge question here with 10 laps on the board, remember, for the senior categories. Have time to think. Right now, Eversman is thinking about what to do to keep control here. Stamps has won both the races so far. Cagle staying stable also, as not too many major shuffles to begin on the opening lap here. Max Sega also picked up a few spots. Here's the move from Stamps. Nearly a descent from Cagle. Cagle had to back off, and Stamps is right back to the race lead again, putting the stamp on this one.
I was just going to say, book it and stamp it into P1 for Johnny Stamps. A great textbook move there from your driver that is currently P2 in the championship. And finally, Jackson Menchu maybe heard me over the intercoms. A great move up the inside of Spencer Kempton going up into Rocky Moran, putting your competition in a position where they have to back out or crash. Unfortunately, for a guy like Jackson Menchu, I'm sure maybe not feeling super great after the second heat race, really got swallowed up by the pack. He wants to go on offense and up again the inside of Gavin Nakagawa. Nakagawa, welcome to the front of the field as he goes wide at the first corner. It's getting hectic here for outside of the podium.
Once again, it's Menchu, a part of those that's getting very, very feisty here. Max Campbell getting the fastest lap. We go into this one. But it almost feels like similar to that of the last race. Menchu, remember, had the good short run boost, but it's the long run that's the huge thing. One of those that run a lot of races down here in California. And now, today, just trying to make sure he doesn't feel any more pressure. Or better yet, burns up those tires anymore. You see the speed coming to the final corners. He's got Kempton right there looking for the charge.
That's another great point. These Pracer Rubber have been on these karts since qualifying this morning, roughly about, and remember, 10 laps here for these K100 drivers. It's about 25 laps, maybe 30 laps, depending how long you went in qualifying on this Pracer Rubber. Throw in a little bit of the out laps as well in these races. As we've got the 417. This is of Spencer Kempton looking up the inside of Jackson Menchu, opts to stick in line for now. But I tell you what, man, you look at this top 10, really this top 15, there are some really, really good drivers with some really fast karts. Somebody's got to be the bearer of bad news. Somebody has to bear the brunt of an aggressive move. And unfortunately, it seems as though Matthew Cagle slowly losing touch with these top 2. Man, it's going to get really exciting here for third place in about a lap and a half, if I had to guess.
I think so too, by the way. Do you like Saperico? Do you like energy? Do you like drinks? Would you like to combine all 3 of those words? Scan the QR code to learn how you can get all 3 in a can. Oh, wow. Behind Menchu. Battle continues. Aquino. Oh, my goodness. Some drivers in the grass.
I think that was Gavin Nakagawa just got the brunt of it going up into Rocky Moran. Was able to save it. Had to Ken block it. We'll see if we can get a shopakr.com replay for you guys on the broadcast. But, man, that was I'm just saying, like, the wind that you get, the gust that you get going up into Rocky Moran, these drivers taking advantage of those heavy gusts to try to get runs. Somebody was going to force the issue there, and unfortunately, I believe it was Nakagawa that got the short end of the stick as he has fallen down from down to P12. That's the hard part, getting in one of these really, really fast Precision Works go-karts. You find yourself at the front a lot more, and unfortunately, you get the messy end of the stick, I should say, sometimes. Welcome to the big leagues, kiddo.
Halfway through the race already. 5 laps complete, by the way. Menchu holding their own. Still in the third in front of Cagle, mind you. So whatever feedback we've seen earlier may have been mute or has been fixed upon for now. Bit of a send there for Kempton initially. Aquino was the bigger storyline in this because remember the first two heats, that 428 was a rocket to get up to third in both of the runs, or an opportunity to be up with the leaders. Has been marred in traffic this time. You see how the Hornet's Nest is building up behind. The drives like Dunnigan and a couple others. Here's that replay you ordered, by the way.
Just a couple guys. I mean, we nearly had 3 wide going into Rocky Moran. Everybody wants to go for it. Nobody wants to back out. A great save, I should mention, over the wonderful AstroTurf that we have here at K1 Circuit for Gavin Nakagawa. As man, some really interesting interpretations for track limits at turn number 1 for these drivers. It seems as though we're going to have once again a 2-horse race for the lead, maybe a small battle for third, and the battle for the proverbial wooden spoon of P5 is going to get really exciting here.
And meanwhile, look at the swapping. Eversman and Stamps going back and forth. Eversman taking him for the first pass early on the day. That time up through turn 6. Trying to catch them off guard here. And now Eversman looks to try and see if at least one of the heat goes their direction. That's allowed Menchu and Co. close a little bit. But now it's the question, can Eversman sustain this? Because Stamps been pretty quick on the response here, went behind that red in black 466.
I tell you what, if I was Johnny Stamps, I wouldn't be so much worried about Archer Eversman. I'd be worried about Jackson Menchu coming alive, the fastest driver on the track that last time by at a 51.8. You know, when you've got a guy like Oliver Calvo attached to your name, you're going to figure it out at some point. I know when we talked to him at Spring Mountain, or I believe it might have been round 6 here at K1 Circuit, Jackson Menchu said, you know, I feel like we're missing a little bit of something to really be able to fight for the race lead. They found it, and Menchu's on the charge trying to get his first heat race, I believe, of the season.
Just trying to find a way to get there is the huge part of all this. It's going to take some effort, but we're already at double sticks in the air. 2 laps to go. Eversman defense. Stamps outside, trying to pass the long way through 1. Took a jump. Still keeping alongside. Now up to 2, 3, and up to Rocky Moran. They have to go single file. Was that a tougher decision to make? Menchu's right there. Is Menchu going to wait for a chance to open up here soon too, or help out Stamps?
Here comes Jackson, looking a little close. I know Jackson Labros has the Jaws music playing down there on pit road. I don't know if that was really the smartest move there for Johnny Stamps. Remember, I mean, you got to try to put pressure on Archer Eversman. That seemed like it was bait, just making sure Eversman kept him on his hip and then ran him off the racetrack. And now this has brought the entire top 5, almost top 6, including Aiden Aquino, into this fight. Tell you what, hold your breath through Rocky Moran in turn number 1. I'm sure Johnny Stamps is going to remember this.
That pushes the cameraman back up for the white flag. Final time. Menchu wide. Here comes Kegel. Side by side per second. Stamps gets freight train. And Kegel's now in the conversation. Same for Ports, who set the fastest lap of the race. Everybody's going after Eversman.
Man, Jackson Menchu up the inside. Oh, Johnny Stamps. I said, you know, in the future, you could see the hit on the steering wheel of frustration for Johnny Stamps. 2 heat race victories. Unfortunately, heat 3 slipping away. Probably going to be kicking himself for going for that move around the outside. Like we've said all day, if you can lead coming into the S's, you pretty much got it made. And I'd say Archer Eversman is about 1 turn away, although Matthew Kegel certainly isn't going to let him relax.
Here we go to the checker flag. Eversman keeps it straight. It's Eversman who waves, thank you very much, for the race win. 2 tenths up over Kegel. Then you have Ports, Menchu, Aquino up inside the top 5 with Stamps, who won the previous 2 runs, down in 6th to end off day 1 of 2 for round 7.
Man, in the big picture, when we show up for round number 9, those points that Johnny Stamps just hemorrhaged could be the big difference maker. Archer Eversman, we'll see maybe if we can get a replay for you guys on the broadcast. But Eversman did a great job, held the inside, let Johnny Stamps take the bait, trying to go around the outside of turn number 1. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite meant to be. Allowed everybody to get back into that fight. And unfortunately, Stamps was the first one on the chopping block. He slips all the way back to P6 after a pretty controlled run through heat race number 1 and number 2. it never quite goes to plan, does it?
Surely doesn't. And as a result, Eversman gets the win. Cagle, Ports, Minshew, Aquino, as mentioned, the top 5. Stamps ahead of Spencer Kempton, Max Campbell, Kuhn and Dunnigan in the top 10. Searock, Nakagawa only got to stay in 12 over the course of that one. Maximum Bui, only a +8, tied for the biggest mover this time. Of note, some drivers looking to go back in the recovery drive later on tomorrow. Connor Carpenter is one of those who lost 20th position for one of the Formula Works GFCs in the running order here in this one. So an interesting third race that sees one of the players from the previous 2 become the main character for the race win in heat number 3. We have one more race to go, though. KA Heritage and X30 Pro will be on the track in moments.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Empire Karts, your trusted trackside kart specialist, proudly supporting champions of the Future America Series, West Coast karting teams, and racers. Empire Karts, your trackside solution.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
So debut weekend here for Jonathan Ports. Obviously, you're picking it up pretty quick here because it's P3 for you to end Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's only my second time here and my first time at Champions. So, it's been a great weekend so far.
I feel like we have so many guys come down, especially from your neck of the woods, to try out specifically this tire compound. Walk me through what your first reactions have been to the Praces, because I don't think there's too many compounds in America quite like it.
Yeah, the Praces, I think, everybody has mixed opinions and stuff, but for me personally, I love them. You have to be really soft on them and drive them like your baby, but I grew up like that on those hard mojos, so, it's great for me.
NRC has given you guys a really solid package. They've been here almost every weekend for champs. What's the confidence level for your package coming into Sunday?
I mean, after that heat, I have pretty high confidence. We showed really good speed there. We just got to keep our nose clean for the super heat. So,
thanks, Johnny.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jackson. As we are just moments away from the final race of the day here, Dean. It's going to get entertaining to see what happens here because it's been some good battling so far for the X30 pros. It's been dominant on the other side for the Heritage class.
Yeah, we've had great racing in both. Unfortunately, this group, or fortunately or unfortunately, this group will be split tomorrow. Everyone will get their own little spotlight. I gotta say, at some point, you gotta think Wrigley Keys maybe kind of pulls the reins back a little bit, makes sure that he can stick with the top three, because at the end of these races, he more often than not has been quicker than Karamselli and Richards. So likely, we could be in for a 3-kart fight to finish the day off. Should be really good. Who knows? Maybe even Tanner Corden and that PGR Lando Norris car can get into the fight. Corden almost stole that first heat race when your top three got together. And then in the Masters, or rather in the Heritage category, I should say, it's been all Dylan Albiani controlling from the front in that Precision Works CRG, with Tony Gomez, your championship leader, and Jeffrey Bays going back and forth for position number 2. So I think no matter what, we're in for an entertaining final. Maybe not the biggest grid, but certainly no shortage of action.
Heritage and Pro will close out the day. Reminder here. Oh, by the way, be sure to follow us here on social media at kart.chaser if you want to keep an eye on the action. Here's a look at the starting grid, meanwhile, in the center fold. It's Richards and Keys, followed by Karamselli and Corden. Well, in the X30 Pro, you also have those set up in the Heritage class, including Albiani will be setting things up alongside Gomez. Once again, though, keep an eye on Jeffrey Bays. That machine will be on your second tab. It's been able to zip to the front the second each of the past 2 starts. So far, as it looks like we have an issue already. That is going to be Brad Hedrovic that is trying to keep that car going. The 516 having a problem.
Unfortunately, if he comes to a stop on the racing surface, we may have to delay the start by about a lap. We'll see if they can get that Tony kart off of the racing surface. The Phil Giebler racing kart not quite looking like it's working properly, but the race to turn number 1 begins very shortly. Nope, we're going another one.
After what's going on with the air drivers, it looks like a reset. Hedrovic was set to start in 8th alongside Bays, Isaac, and Monaghan. Their drivers, and we'll all see everybody reset here and try this one more time. Remember, 10 laps going to be up on the board for this class yet again. Karamselli didn't waste any time to go up to the race lead, remember, up in heat number 2 after being a bit more patient in heat 1, and it led to a frantic finish up through turn 5. Let's see how they're able to handle this time.
I tell you, Ivana's been giving him everything he can handle, and once again, if we throw the likes of Wrigley Keys into this, as well as maybe even Tanner Corden, we legitimately could have a 4-way battle for the win of this final heat race here on Saturday for round number 7 of Champions of the Future. Interesting to see Keys really pushing her along. I think if he's learned anything from the first two heat races, he has the pace to fight with the top 2. Just has to make sure he's around at the end of it to make the most of it.
Here we go again. Let's try this one more time. All set to go. Green, green, green. We're underway as the X30s get themselves fired. They zip away and battle it all out in front. It's Richards to begin things up at the front. The Heritage class is off and away meanwhile. Already the inside line in the jump. Already up forward is Bays. Meanwhile, the pros looking forward. Karamselli up the second, took a look but didn't get a set.
Karamselli throwing the dummy there, but Ivana was having none of it, not even a flinch from the Mexican lady here on behalf of HRI Team Mexico. So the question is, how much of this Preza rubber have these drivers saved? And obviously, as mentioned, it seems as though Wrigley Keys has been able to keep up. Man, once again, no teammates involved here, and I'm sure Karamselli, not a big fan of how that first heat race went, probably feels a little bit shortchanged. Remember, your starting position for the super heat is based on your average position thus far this weekend. I believe Ivana has a second and a fourth. Karamselli has a third and a second. And I believe Keys has a first and a third. So I think essentially between these top 3, it's whoever wins gets the pole for the superheat. Karamselli wants it to be him, as Ivana's going to lose maybe even 2 spots here
Now let's find out here in the next moment. See them working down the hillside. One of the major things to remember when it comes to the discussion we've had in regards to that Kart Republic a little bit is you got to be able to get the setup window right, because there's only so much you can play around within it. You mentioned already is on his own, doesn't have that data point to work off like the big teams here. Here comes Richards to take over the race lead again, but Caroselli got to be able to be perfect on what he's able to execute for the setup, to have the speed he's got to hold back everyone else. It's wild that he's got a fast slap last time while getting past.
I love the aggressiveness here from Ivana Richards. It's the I should say it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes it's the mistake into turn 5, but moments like that really not allowing Caroselli to get any kind of level of comfort out in the race lead, and I'm sure Caroselli is going to give it right back. This is just allowing the likes of Keys and Corden to just stay that much closer, and I'm sure by the time that we get to turn number 1, we'll see what Sergei's response is going to be.
Lap 3 complete.
Yep.
Here comes Caroselli. That was expected. Up into turn 1, make the slide, make the pass. And now Keys on the doorstep of the both of them as they make their way up to Rocky Moran. It's again the 604 that leads the field. The entire top 4 separated by just 0.7 of a second right now.
Do you guys hear the music? Anything you can do, I can do better. I won't bore you with the singing, but these top 3 are not allowing each other to get away. And the thing is, Keys has been strongest at the end of these races. If he's just sitting back saving his Preza rubber, I can only imagine that right about lap 4 or lap 5, we will see this Nash Motorsports car come to life. He could be the favorite for this race without even showing his hand.
Especially with us nearly halfway in this one. It's going to become the question, will we see another type of drag race? Remember, it was Richards who almost stole it away back after the penalty for the contact in Heat 1. Now this time, why don't we go for a pass again? Near contact for the cross-up attempt. Caroselli stays on behind Richards, and Richards leads again. They both gained on Keys with that again.
This is wonderful racing. If you ever wanted to know why this X30 category is still here for Champions of the Future, this is exactly why. Super fast karts, super good drivers, an exceptional racing product being put on here at the moment. Now the question becomes, when do we start seeing these defensive moves? It doesn't seem like either of them are really interested in holding these positions, as Caroselli going to get another run here, maybe a bit too late to pop out. We'll try to set that move up for turn number 5. Wrigley's hanging in there. I'm surprised he hasn't been able to capitalize on these two holding each other up at the moment. And still Corden lurking there in the background in that Phil Keebler Lando Norris go-kart as Ivana Richards goes purple at a 50.9. Caroselli just not quite close enough this time by.
Great battling past the halfway point of this one. By the way, how are things going in Heritage? Aviani yet again is controlling things in that class by more than a second so far. Bays and Gomez again stayed in the top 3. Monaghan did not take the green for this race, by the way. We do only have just 9, not 10, that are currently logging laps. Lap 7 looked like a signal there. Here comes Keys, trying to take away second, change up the status quo. No.
Really creative interpretations of track limits here through turn number 1. I think unfortunately Keys took the right run, but Caroselli stayed committed to the back of Ivana Richards, and there just wasn't enough of an overlap. Although Richards makes a bit of a mistake, Keys might be able to get both of them here. We saw Richards looking down at her left front, maybe some kind of issue there on that kart. She seems to have recovered well, but it is now Sergei Caroselli out in front, and he is gone.
And just like that, Keys to second in front of Richards also. Big gap now, late going. Coming up to close lap 7. What do you do to try and close it up is the huge question now. We know Keys is capable and set the fast lap to the race, mind you. But is there enough time for the Nash machine to get there? Oh yeah, you see that issue, Richards signal.
What a shame. Was having such a good race thus far, and unfortunately with her penalty from the first heat race, it's going to be a 4th, a 2nd, and a 4th, at least going to be starting from the outside or the inside of row number 2 for tomorrow's Superheat. Not the way that I'm sure she would have wanted to end her day, but still plenty of speed in that go-kart. Hopefully not a big issue. But I will say, as mentioned earlier, this Nash Motorsports machine of Wrigley Keys just seems so strong in the second half of these races. We saw when he talked to Jackson Lambros, had mentioned that they were working on the race setup on that go-kart. It seems as though the long-run speed of this Nash Motorsports machine is A grade. Karen Maselli's going to have a hell of a job on his hands trying to hold back the 618 for Nash Motorsports.
There goes Ivana right to Jackson to discuss what's going on with the Kart. Sure, we're going to have the information in a moment. Meanwhile, Caroselli still looking back. Keys is there, all with the rear end. The question will be, will Keys get the lead? Already a signal in one case. Caroselli going to block anyone.
I think Keys just kind of wants to run this thing out. We'll settle it on the last lap. Not really too much pressure coming from behind from Tanner Corden, but Karen Maselli, he knows. I mean, hey, if you're in the lead, that's where you want to be. May as well try to keep it. Really, really going to be a good test to see the racecraft of these two drivers. Keys seems to be considerably quicker, maybe saved up that press of rubber a little bit better. I think essentially these two are fighting for the pole position of who's going to start the Superheat. White flag is out. Looks like as we jump away back to K100 Heritage, we've got a battle for the race lead.
Yeah, this is keeping close with Bays staying within a range in case there's a mistake. But on the final lap for the other side, Keys has already taken a lead up to the opening corners. Caroselli is dropped back. Here comes the run back. Will there be an opportunity for Caroselli for the final sector?
I don't think so. Everything we've seen today, if you lead going into the S's, you are as good as gone. Maybe things are a little different. These X30 karts have a little bit more power, but Keys just seems so much stronger at this particular point. Karen Maselli isn't even going to be close enough. Justin, this is all yours on the way home.
And it's also Wrigley Keys is on the way home. What a final lap. Took the lead in the final sectors to take home the checkered win heat 3 over Caroselli. Corden finishes in third. That closes up those in the pros. The Nash Motorsports Century getting the job done in the 8+ miler. Meanwhile, Bays has taken a lead in Heritage. All of a sudden, Albiani has fallen back by a substantial margin. Now it's Jeffrey Bays that also charges on the final times around to take the win as the 556 looks at the left rear.
Surprising to see that. Luckily for Dylan Albiani, I think the damage was done in the first two heat races with a first, and a second place. Should still start the Superheat from the inside of row number 1 from the pole position, but it is Wrigley Keys finally showing the speed of that Nash Motorsports go-kart. He likely, don't want to say anything, this is all provisional, likely will start tomorrow's Superheat from position number 1.
Big swing to change things up at the very end here with Keys. Caroselli, along with Corden, wants those in the top 3. Jeffrey Bays finishing up at the front each of the races, looking strong, getting the win in Heritage. Well, what do you say about today here, Dean? Because just like that, that concludes the third rotation already.
You know, I said this at the end of round 6 yesterday. There's a lot of complaints in the motorsport world, about NASCAR this and F1 that. Oh, there's not racing, blah, blah, blah. If you want racing, you come to Champions of the Future here at K1 Circuit in Spring Mountain. Some incredible moves, but some incredibly respectful racing on display here, especially in this X30 category between the likes of Ivana Richards, Sergei Caroselli, and Wrigley Keys. So phenomenal day of racing. All the categories put on phenomenal shows. Interesting to see what the weather is going to look like tomorrow, if this heat will continue on, if this wind will continue on. We got a lot to look forward to tomorrow morning.
See with the Coastal Inc. recap, it was back and forth. The issues pop up for Richards on lap 7. Here's how the pass happened on the white flag lap as we're looking at the Heritage leaders. The Sen came up turn 1, and Keys never looked back. Keys gets the heat race win and gets it by a couple kart lengths to take the checker flag right then and there. So on that note, it's time to say goodbye for today. We thank you for tuning in for day 1 of 2. of today's action for the Champions of the Future America Series. Remember, tomorrow morning, we'll be back at approximately 8 a.m. Pacific time. That's around 11 a.m. Eastern time. We get ready for the warm-ups. We'll start things off for the racing festivities by the time we get to 9 a.m. Pacific with the superheats, 10 laps for the minis. Then it's juniors for 11, 14 for the other 3 races. Then we go into the finals all the way through. By the time it gets to 3:30, we'll be on the podium celebrating. On that note, it's time to say goodbye. Thank you for tuning in here for today's action for K1 Circuit. For Dean Helt, for Jackson Lambros, I'm Justin Prince saying thank you so much for tuning in for today's action. We'll see you tomorrow morning to see who gets on the podium.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the express written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.